Wow. Alright, so there's a button now on the YouTube studio that you actually have to click to go live. That's interesting. Very nearly didn't go live then. That would have been awkward. Hope everybody is doing good. Nick, did we get it through the storm? Well, we had 2 mature trees down actually. Well, we had 1 mature tree down and 1 mature tree snapped in half. But fortunately they fell away from the house and cars, so we did alright actually. And we've not had too bad with the power. There's some like crazy power outages in the area. So yeah, we're actually very lucky to have power at the moment. Hey Michael, how's it going? And Tom. Alright, I'm just continuing with this scene today. So we've hey Riaz. Oh, I should actually, let me drop this link around. I completely forgot that I do that. Yeah, I'm just going to be carrying on with the mouse house, which is looking pretty good at the moment actually. Still a lot that I want to add to it. A lot of stuff, a lot of like detail, kind of greeble stuff to the back walls, the side walls, and the kitchen area especially. Let me just post these on Twitter and Discord real quick. Hello, hey. You're going to continue the ETK video. Are you watching the whole video? That video is kind of meant as a like a reference. I was definitely not expecting people to actually watch it end to end. Let me do this. So for anybody who didn't know, the toolkit that I'm using, the ETK toolkit, I released like a 2-hour video that just goes through every single node one by one. So I will be releasing some PDF documentation at some point, but it's one of those things which just takes a really long time to actually get together. But yeah, I do need to just spend a couple of days, sit down and do it. Just post this on Discord. Part 5, there we go. Well, this is certainly taking me a little bit longer than anticipated to build up this scene. I think a lot of it comes from trying to do everything through the nodes, because a lot of this stuff I could have done like way faster, like making the fairy lights, making the little chest of drawers and the fish tins, stuff like that. So a little bit of dirt and spider webs. It should be, yeah, definitely some dirt and stuff. I'm not sure spider webs will work with the denoiser. I don't know if they'll play nice. Hey Sharon, how's it going? Julia fell asleep last time. That is understandable. We went pretty late, and you're a few hours ahead of me as well. What uses more power, crypto mining or these node trees? It's got to be pretty close. Right, let's begin. I wanted to move a few things, so I wanted to get rid of this wire that comes across in front of the cheddar in the rye bread, and also this one which kind of blocks off the fish tin. So I want to move that a little bit. Fiction, the thumbnail. Yeah, I upgraded the thumbnail to integrate a little bit more of our mouse theming. Always fun. Right, let's find Fairlights, that's the headphones. Oh yeah, we need to finish off the clothes on the headphones, like paperclip on. Right, fairy light wire. At what point? I guess it's probably about here that I need to move it. Oh, these, yeah, this was where I was moving it, wasn't it? I might do another move afterwards, because right now this is all a little bit stacked up. Erin is the mouse, yeah. Yeah, that is hideous. I was going to do like a mesh deform thing on my face, and I couldn't find out how to actually do that in Affinity Photo, like the grid warp thing. I couldn't get to work properly, so I just like literally pulled my nose off. Such a janky job. Thank you. Right, I think it's this one that comes down in front, isn't it? That's where the problems are. Yeah. Right, so I need to move it down a little bit. So I need to come like down here, and then probably higher on the other side. So that's where we want it to go. Let's go back to viewing this, and I can just grab this setup is probably fine. Hey, how's it going? Famous ASMR mouse house stream. Let's grab these and one other. I think I'd probably need two to do this. Bring these across. He's going to be offsetting my position. There we go. Right then. So I need to grab that one there and this one here. I think that's about right. And this one, let's go back to 0, back to 0. Hopefully that's not, yeah, that's good. Right, let's get back into our camera view. We want to move this one up. Oh wait, no, this one's coming down, isn't it? And it can maybe come across very slightly here. 1, 7, 5. Thick joint geometry, yeah, it's going to keep getting bigger. Maybe we want it to be there, actually. Down a little bit, and a smaller radius for sure. See, I actually don't know where the control points are, because this is, maybe I should convert it to a mesh and I'll be able to do a little bit more manipulation, or to a polyline. Oh yeah, I see the issue. Right then, let's go to mesh then. Hey, Blender Pete. Do mesh here, and then mesh to curve on the other side, just so that I have all of the vertices to work with rather than actually trying to manipulate curve control points. Have I ever tried Unreal Engine 5? Experimenting with it's really fun, gives great results. Lumen is also good. I really do want to get into Unreal, especially with all of the the nanite, is that what it's called? Just seems like it would be really fun to just kind of mess around with, get something going. And then this one must come up slightly on this side. There we go. So now we can still go back and actually read this now, cheddar in the rye bread, and we can kind of see this. I may have to do some extra little tweaks. I would suggest to put the updates of your node pack reversed. Oh, I see, like date reversed. Yeah, I do put them at the bottom, don't I? Understandable. I may, let me make a note of that. That's a good call. I need to actually announce that there's a video as well. I should put out an email about that, like a newsletter thing tonight. Email doc and reverse updates. Global illumination is mind-blowing though. Yeah. Oh, you thought I hadn't updated since the beginning of the year. There's a few updates. There's a few things going on. Oh, that's just not updating. Yeah. Oh, I've got so many projects that would really lend themselves to Unreal Engine, I think. So I definitely want to learn it. That's probably fine like that. All right. The new raycast thing, yeah, it is, yeah. So we've got the new in utilities raycast plus. It's just a normal raycast. Like it literally just passes out the raycast directly, but in parallel it has this like visualization stuff so that you can preview where the rays are actually going, which is just a little bit easier. And also you don't have to do it all in parallel, you just drop it on your main line, which can be more convenient if you just like really quickly just want to raycast something. Right then, let's make some things to hang on the clothes line here. And we're just going to make like a kind of cartoon, like really stereotypical pair of pants, like underwear, and hang it on here with some paper clips. I think that would be funny. Just like super recognizable and kind of ridiculous. So where are... This is the headphones, isn't it? And we've got our paperclip here. I brought some of our... We've only actually got 3 things that we've not used. That said, we have a lot of things that I still want to make. So, do a normal viewer as well. Oh, you mean to just preview like with the arrows on the surface? Can't you do that with the actual viewport overlays though? I swear there's a way to do... is it solid view? I swear there's a way to get it. Maybe I'm just being dumb. Weird. It would be convenient to do it straight from the tree. True. True, true, true. Right then. So I probably need... I was trying to work out the best way to do this, because to get something... I don't really need it to be 2D. I just want it to be like, you know, just like a pair of underwear hanging on the line. Because obviously mice don't wear underwear. It's like the last thing a mouse would wear. Is it the other one at the top? In here? It's not showing up for me. Maybe I'm probably looking in completely the wrong place. Is that a gun? No, it's a pair of pants for a mouse. Kid friendly. All of the spikes. No, it's gonna feel like a real house. Yeah, underwear. Right then. We had our first snow earlier. The first snow of the year. Which was kind of unexpected. Right, let's make it out of a cube. And I'm just going to be pushing stuff around here, so if we do this, and we can just remove these sides, the top faces, and then subdivide. Search Feinripp Unterhaus. Oh, Unterhose. Yeah, exactly. It's not deep enough to lay our snow because we're right on the coast. So yeah, definitely doesn't lay easily here. Geometry, delete geometry. I'm deleting faces, I guess. Or maybe edges. I could just delete 4 edges and I think that would work. Oh wait, no. No, because I need to delete the points on them. You've already had 3 snows. Damn. I guess if you're much more continental or further north than me, then you'll get proper snow. Donagashi heyo. Points. Right, let's just do it this way. Input index. Thank you. Some people really hate them, the thumbnails, which I just think is such a strange thing to hate. Oh, these are not going in a convenient direction. Maybe we do it this way then. Do that, and then I can also do the Boolean math. So we want to delete these and, oh wait, no, or. So where either of these are true, we're going to go for equals 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 6.5 with an epsilon of 1. That should do that. And then I need to delete faces now, so I need another delete geometry. And we'll just do this by normal. So let's grab a mask by normals inside. Set this to faces. And there we go, great. Probably need to push some vertices around, but we'll just subdivide it first so we get a sense of where things are going to land. Mesh subdivision surface. This looks more like a nappy, like a diaper. Oh well. Do something like that. Alright, I need to move a few things now. Geometry supposition. Fog is when nature's too lazy to load the whole UI. I've been thinking about this sometimes, like when I look outside, especially when I've been working on like nature stuff, and you look outside and it's like, you just cannot even compute in your head how many grass particles are going on at the same time there. Actually ridiculous. Just so much stuff. Maybe I should do this with good morning and good night. Indices probably still a good way to do this, so let's just grab these across. I want to move these points up and at the same time move the back ones out horizontally. No diapers. Yeah, right. Selection. I don't know what's going on with the indexing anymore. So we might want to do this before we delete geometry, so we're not messing with the indices before. Because that will maybe keep it a little bit more straightforward. Just because the grids or the boxes actually have fairly good indices for manipulating stuff. Let's grab this on this side, join that into there. So we want 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5. .5, epsilon of 1, that's on that one, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.5 is the next one, there we go. And this means that we need, so 14, either 13 or 11, and 12, 13, 12, 10 or 11. One pair of those which are not consecutive. And these are going to be a separate one. I bet you could actually make some really lovely underwear with geometry nodes. Because you can get like so delicate and intricate with your patterns. I think that might actually be a really interesting way. And actually, I shared the tissue add-on last time, the video from Alessandro Zamparelli. He does a lot of wearables, like building stuff, which is specifically masks and wearables and things like that. So Maybe underwear is like just the next stage of ridiculous procedural modelling. Let's grab. I'm going to need to scale them and move them down, so I need to move these on the position. So I just need, yeah, more of these. You feel like learning geometry nodes, but you've yet to learn shader nodes. I wouldn't worry about shader nodes, just use image textures. They're almost always better. And if you need procedural shaders, use Substance. That's my advice anyway. So these epsilons to 0.5. And I need, oh, there we go, that's one. And that is the other. Awesome. So now, underwear with artifacts. Let's grab the input position, vex math. I'm gonna, oh, do you know what I can do? I can use my new transform node. Let's use the transform plus node, because this actually works to bounding box centers, which is what we're used to. So this is our selection. So it's going to automatically use the center of that. So now I can just scale these in the y-axis and move them down. Awesome. Great. That was it. Really easy. The portal world, the underwear world has just opened. That's actually not a bad pair of pants for something that was just made out of cube. I might want to just pull the whole thing down in the middle. I need to make it shorter, that's the first thing. And we can just grab, use another transform plus node. Or maybe I don't. We'll do this after the subdivision surface. We'll use a power curve. So let's just use the position absolute y. Oh, I don't have any position nodes. Input, position, vector, separate x, y, z, math node on the y set to absolute. This goes from, oh, this is going like to 0.5. So we're also going to multiply this by 2. So we're getting that 0 to 1. Put it through power. And then we can add this to vector, combine x, y, z, add it to the z. There we go, nice. Maybe we also need to multiply on this just to make it a bit less of a wedgie. There we go. Awesome. A hole in the back for the tail. Oh, that's actually really clever. Although I don't know if we'll see them because they're just kind of like this. Although we could just delete one of these vertices and then re-subdivide it. That might be fun. Yeah, that's what you're looking at. I want to make this less, affect the front less. So we're going to do a map range on the x-axis. There we go, clamp. Set this through our multiply. So let's just do it like this. Do something. Is that not doing much? Oh no, it's not. It needs to be like a multiply add. Less cheap. Multiply add, here we go. That's really narrow. How deep is this at the moment? Oh, very low. 0.005 minus 0.05 to 0.05. There we go. We want to go the other way so that we can like reveal that a little bit. We'll add another one into our thing on here. Damn, so good. Let's grab, I just need a single delete for one vertex, then we'll re-subdivision surface afterwards. So we'll grab input, index, I know I've already got some, but never mind. Compare floats. Plug this into our selection. Where this equals. Oh, the indexing is definitely not very well done on these now. That subdivide really doesn't help anyone. That's the one. That's the tail hole. Awesome. Cool. Right. Transform. Make these a little bit more appropriately scaled for our house. Oh my god, they're bigger than the house. So let's bring these down 0.1. We just need to position these a little bit, right? So drop it onto here. And we can, oops, let's not rotate. I think 0.1's probably about the right size actually. I might also add a little bit of displacement just to make them a little bit more kind of fabric-y. 0.08. Something like that. Do a little bit more rotation. I might put a render switch on here as well, just so that we have viewport and render. You don't like the thumbnails. I can use the render switch for setting our level, so we'll go viewport 0, render 2. I can go into our levels, there we go. Just need to move this down. It's a tiny, minute amount. Slightly more than that. 3.5? Yes. And in the Y direction, a little bit more. There we go, nice. Now we just need a couple of paper clips and maybe another pair that's like folded sideways or something. Yeah, the one that I'm using is the one Josh made, but there is a patch for an official one, although I hope it's going to get added. There seemed to be a little bit of uncertainty about whether or not it should be. Also, somebody in the comments underneath that patch said that you can copy an entire vector with Control-Alt-C. So Control-Alt-C lets you copy like an entire, and then Control-Alt-V lets you do the whole thing, like all 3 parts. How crazy is that? I mean, it's still annoying that I would have to go to different parts. I still would much rather have it on the right-click menu. But there we go. Oh, you got Serpens as well. Awesome. Yeah, Serpens is just a whole... it's like so many opportunities to make amazing things with that. I want to move this sideways a little bit. Let's go back to maybe just 0. No, too far. 0.06, that'll do us. So we need to come forward slightly as well. That'll do. The thumbnail's getting better and better, thank you. I thought it was time to get one that's a little bit more, you know, themed right for the mouse house. These tipped over like this, and I wish I'd known that like for my entire Blender career. It seems so useful. But it's kind of pointless in like a developer being like, oh, well, people should just use this shortcut. It's like nobody knows that shortcut even exists. It's so difficult to use it. Hey Jude, you have serpents but you haven't touched it yet. It just seems like such a good way of coming up with just like really sound ideas. Like if you need a tool and like me, you're not very kind of code inclined, it seems like a really great way of just kind of knocking stuff together really quick. Right. So this is pair number 1, and we also need pair number 2, which is going to be folded in half. And to do this, we can just vector rotate on here. It made a session timer. Oh, that's really clever actually. We're going to set the position with the position, and I need a subdivide. Oh, sorry, separate as well. So we're going to be taking our vector as our main thing. So we can just spin this, but what I'm interested in doing is only spinning half of it. So we're going the Y direction here. Map range, Y into our angle. And I need this to be way lower, so like minus 0.1 to 0.1. And a little bit higher on there. So that's the smoothest up. That's probably quite close actually. Minus, maybe we want to move it back slightly in the X as well. Or forwards. Something like this maybe. There we go. How do you get an add-on to be on Blender by default? Do you mean like how do you submit it to Blender and get it like, oh, as a default add-on? It has to fit to certain like code rules, code standards that the developers use. But then yeah, you can just, I think you probably want to just talk to the developers basically. Right, let's put these here. We can just set these, have the same material as our pillow, just the white fabric. Materials, set material, white fabric, there we go. So look at our house again. And now push these over here and rotate them. Something like that. Maybe these come back slightly actually, but maybe not that much. Cool. Something like that is probably fine. Cool, right. The next thing for me to actually do, oh, it just needs a little bit of rotation actually. We need to find our clothes pegs, which are going to be paper clips. Was I going to displace these? I think I might just add this, like a little bit of displacement as well, and just compress it in the y-axis, because that's going to give us that kind of illusion of folds in the fabric. So go to the vector. I'll take my vector math node on the position into the noise coordinates. And we're just going to multiply these by 1, 1, 5. Strength must be way lower. Size wants to be much higher. That's pretty good. Maybe this should happen actually before they get transformed. Almost certainly should. So put it there instead. Just so they follow the actual fabric a little bit better. Oh, and the strength as well, because they're much bigger before. Alright. Oh, maybe it should actually happen before... Oh, I know, because... Oh, wait, no, that's fine. 0.03. I also want to shade smooth. Maybe I should just use my node for this. Use matte smooth, utilities, matte smooth. And then I think we can probably get on to making some of the more fun parts, like mushrooms and berries and bits of cheese and stuff like that, and just start filling things up a little bit more. We also need to get the stamps with Suzanne's face on them on the back wall. It's going to be interesting. I might need to test out that normal transferring as well. So here we go. I'll do. Right. Control J. Oh, we're up to 3,900 nodes. That's pretty good going. So I'm definitely not worried that we're not going to meet our 5,000 target. I think it's pretty safe to say we will. Mushrooms should be easy. Hopefully, yeah, hopefully they should be alright. Let's go with like a purple for this frame. And I think I'm going to have to just hand position these paper clips. I might also need to tweak the paperclip to make it play a bit nicer. Because it needs to be, like, you know, opened. Right, let's have a look at this. Looks too thin to me as well. Actually, that's a bit better. Make a mouse out of the node tree. I mean, we can't actually even zoom out far enough to see the whole node tree. Right, so I need to pick everything, which we can just do by index and then rotate it. So that's not too hard, just set position. We're going to be grabbing the vector rotate. Yeah, vector rotate on the position. Up like that. We are rotating around the y-axis with a center of here. Oh, sorry, X rotation. There we go. There we go, that's good. So now I just need to do this with a greater than on the angle with a, I guess, a map range, because I don't want it to just be 0 and 1. Cool. So we just need to twist this a little bit, just to make it wide enough to actually get over our stuff there. Nice. Just stack these inside here. Does anybody know Portrait of the Year challenge on the BBC? I always love that. I do have a book about, because I went to London to the National Portrait Gallery a couple of years ago to go and see that year's Portrait Awards, and they were just stunning. Such beautiful work. So thank you, that's very kind of you to say that. I'm glad you're enjoying seeing the process as well. Let's grab a transform. And I want to put, I guess maybe 3 on here. Go 1 on that one. Grab 2 more. 1 here. 1 here. There we go. Got that flipped over and then stood up a little bit. Maybe one of these is a little bit bigger. I can bring it forwards as well. To be honest, it doesn't really need to like pinch it in the way that a proper peg would. It just needs to be on the camera side of the fabric. Oops, that's still fine. Maybe 111.5. There we go. How do you get an identical? You gotta drink lots of whiskey, smoke lots of cigars. It's the only way. I actually really want to. I really want to try proper cigars. Like I've only ever tried really gross, cheap ones, and not for a few years. Like that was back when I was actually like a smoker. So I think I was probably not even smoking it properly. I was just like, this is a big cigarette. So I definitely need to try and be a bit more cultured and try like an actual cigar. The node minimap add-on. The node minimap add-on is great until you have like 2,000 plus nodes. Because if I turn it on now, I can't really move around the node tree. It's so slow. Those are the things you can't do. Maybe you should just try singing. Like become a baritone just by stretching your voice. This is so ridiculous with the paper clips. Hey Ahmad, how's it going? Right, let's grab another one of these. Going up 90. Rotate this one maybe a little more like this. Do a little bit more rotation. Like that. Just try and get these things lined up a little bit better. You don't want people to go deaf. Yeah, fake it till you make it. Just learn. I don't actually know what really controls the timbre of your voice. I was thinking about getting a speech therapist actually, because doing these long streams, I found it was like especially bad when I was recording my Procedural course, because I was doing like every single day 5 or 6 hours of like this really quite rigorous speaking, and it's like way different on stream because I can stop and it's just a little bit more friendly. I think just like a combination of sleep deprivation and stress made recording that course take such a toll on my voice. So I was like thinking about getting a speech therapist to like help me work out how to actually properly preserve my voice while having to do long spoken things. But I think it was probably just overworking. You think Blender should add a frame as an input node? I think we'll get time nodes anyway. I'm not really sure about... I mean, it's so easy to add drivers. I'm not sure if we would get... Like, the one in Procedural is pretty good, because it has... where is it? Scene, frame info. And we also have the scene timer. So having this kind of time control, and it allows you to do like normalized time, which is good for easing. I don't know if it'll add them, but you could certainly make groups. I don't know how well drivers are actually preserved when appending a group though. That would be the only the only thing that you'd have to check really. Oops. Minus 0.121. There we go. Okay. And then this one, top one, needs a little bit of loving. Let's get it rotated the other way. Stand it up. Oh, that's definitely the wrong way. Minus 90. We're going to need to squeeze these based on their proximity to these paper clips. Which we probably can do fairly easily. I can just scale them in the y-axis based on geometry proximity. Seen a time input with frames and seconds. Yeah, that's the thing, because like people were talking about how you get, because frames are like really limiting, and it also changes based on if you're like if you render something at 30 FPS and then you decide that you're going to do 60 or 15 or 8, then suddenly all of your maths is wrong. Right, geometry set position. Hey Lorenzo, how's it going? Okay, next one is the geometry proximity. It's going to come off our bottom one, that's fine. And we're going to use the distance from this, so we need a map range. I'm going to be putting it through a combine x, y, z, because I want my x and my z to stay the same, just scaling the y-axis. Then we can go input, position, vector math, try not to connect that up to anything, and set this to multiply, and then we can just plug this into the position. Awesome, way too far. So we need a much smaller range on this. We need like a millimeter, and we need way less of an impact because that is just too much. Quite well. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I'm doing all right, thank you. Thank you. I'm a little bit stressed about this scene because I'm really I just really want to finish it before the end of November. That would be amazing if I could get that done. Oh, do you know what it's doing? I say I should scale it to 0, but it's actually not scaling to 0. It's scaling, or it's not scaling to the bounding box 0, which is what I really want it to do. So let's get rid of this set position. We're going to use my transform plus node because we can set a custom center for that. So this is our move. And we're using a custom center. That wasn't very happy, was it? Oh, okay. It's because the move is an offset rather than a position. Let's get rid of that then. Let's just go with the set position. Play in the position. That'll do us. That'll be fine. It looks fine for the camera. Maybe I need to do that on the other ones as well in that case. It's actually really easy because I can just join these with a separate join geometry, potentially. Node Wrangler. It's having trouble drawing that UI. That's not what I wanted. There we go. Just join these up. Do we have a paperclip material? No, we do not. In which case we can plug that on after as well. Let's just grab another matte smooth, Alt P, Hey Nugget, how's it going? And this wants to be, I think, even less. Maybe like 0.95. Just so it pinches, but it doesn't really like break any of the mesh. That should be fine. So we'll probably use the same material that we're going to use for the buttons or the drawing pins. Do we have a separate one for that? I think I am using the button one for that. Let's do a quick search. Let's have a look at what we're actually using here. So the pins, these ones. Oh, yeah, they're using buttons. All right. So that makes that nice and simple. In the end, you should put anything. Everything is a node group. Yeah. There's one of my new like high level nodes, which just does a bunch of stuff. It's like, yeah, this one actually makes a whole scene. All right. An underwear node. That works surprisingly well. How good is that? Do these need to be instances? Maybe they do. In which case the geometry proximity is not going to work, so I need to do this like this instead. Utilities, mesh to instance. There we go, that's what we're after. Cool. So the reason I put that on a separate join geometry is because the geometry proximity needs realized geometry to work. Right. The clothes hanging with paper clips, take that one off. We can do some, maybe, move the cable, did that one. Keep book color, did that one as well last time. Alright, we're down to 18 items on our list, barring shaders. So that's a win, that's good. Let's make some Suzanne stamps, and we can try doing our normal transfer as well. And I might need a new join geometry as well. Might pull this one back to somewhere up here, and let's start a new one. Right. Now stamps have a sort of rippable edge, so that's going to be, I guess, just a grid with the points scaled in. That'll probably be fine. And I think we need to do that similar to the flooring, because I want to have lots of them scattered on the back wall, but I want them to have different bends and transforms, and I don't want to make a whole bunch. So yeah, that'll be fine. Good day, Brett. How's it going? Let's grab a plane. Can I do it with a do you know what? I think I can do it better with a curve. That might be quite interesting. So if I grab a curve primitive quadrilateral, and we're going to subdivide that curve, and then we're going to set the curve type to Bezier, and the handle type to free. Yeah, left and right. And then we can scale in the handle positions, right? Set handle positions, left and right. And we're just going to grab input, position, vector math scale. Like 0.9. Alright, so that doesn't really come in a good direction, which makes sense. I really need the sides to be scaled in X and the Y, the other ones to be scaled in Y. Let's therefore do this by index. I wonder if you can use raycast to make a group that randomly places on objects without intersecting and actually creates an actual scene. I wonder, well, I'm certainly thinking about using raycast to create some kinds of set dressing things that will just like punch in a bunch of clutter. Because it has to be done on like proximity and raycasting and all sorts of things like that, so that things actually kind of land relatively realistically. But then you'll need your whole scene as like realized instances being processed by your geometry nodes tool. I've got to get kind of back on the tool making grind after November. I think that'll be fun. I've kind of missed doing it for a while. Right, curve, fill curve. Okay, so we need to do something with our points. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, so is this making 11 cuts per face? 1, 2, 3, 10, 11. Yeah. Alright, so we have 12 per side, so I can just go input, index, modulo by 24. Useless tools. So modulo by 24, we're going to go greater than, let's use a float compare because it's slightly lighter, greater than 12. I might need to tweak that. Then this goes into a map range, 0 to 1. Oh, I suppose it should probably go into a switch actually, because it's a boolean. Set this to float. No, might as well set it to vector. Save ourselves a step. And then this can go into multiply instead. I'm going to plug this in. Like this. And now let's set everything to 1. And top and bottom scale down in this direction. X and Y scale down in the other one. Definitely got some weird corners going on. Although not unattractive, but I think I do need to mask them out. So that is going to be, if I moduloed, let's just, yeah, modulo at 12 and then equals 0, or not equals 0, that's going to be our mask. Not equal to 0. So 0 to 11, halfway is going to be 5.5. With quite a large epsilon on here. Oh, I need that on both sides actually, don't I? Selection, selection. If it equals, here we go. I can pull that into the corner. Something like that. Well, it's not perfect, but I'll take it. And I bet it's going to deform horribly because it's all triangles, isn't it? Yep. It's a shame there's no grid fill. But never mind. Let's just reduce the curve resolution a little bit as well. Definitely don't need all of those. That'll do. Cool. Right. So that's that. We need a Suzanne, which I need to add as like a legit Suzanne. And then hide, that's fine. Input, object info, use triangulate. This is triangulate. I need untriangulate. I need join triangles. Can bring this one in. And if we do that as an engon and then subdivide, I bet that's going to be horrible. Mesh. What? Yeah, I'm going to say that's worse. Okay, that's like a year and a half of Mouse House. If we're still going in a year and a half. Hey, pyramid scheme. I need to transform this on here. We're going to go for like a little bit of a rotation here. Do you know what? I can actually use an align oiler to vector. We're going to go with the get something like this, and wow, that rotation is actually real junk. You see the potential to make procedural underwear. Right, let's move this one. Just roll onto her back. I might need to just do a few different transforms here. Oh, that's the one. There we go. Scale it down a little bit to get it onto the place that we want. And I'll also move it up slightly, use another transform. Now to scale it almost... Oh wait, no, I need to capture the normals, don't I? So attribute, capture attribute. Might as well just do it on the points, that's fine. Input, normal. Maybe I should do it on the faces. Or maybe it's fine to do it on the points. I don't really know how they come into shaders, whether or not it's just reading everything on points or if it does values. I've not watched all of the series of Mouse House, but I'm curious as to what the current results of these crazy node setups are. Let me take you on a tour. First of all, let me just get this stamp kind of worked out a little bit. Scale this down almost to Z, almost to 0, and we're just going to pull it down very slightly. Oh, does it need to be on the points, does it? Gotcha. Sure, maybe that's fine. 0.05. Let me just test passing this out. Because at the moment it's all pretty flat, of course. Oh, I see. So if I plug this one out, oh, we need a material as well, so let's material, set material. I'll just do it on the whole thing as one stamp. Plus new stamp material, here we go, STAMP. And we just want to grab an attribute. We need to name this one, don't we? This one is Suzanne. Oh, can't believe that works so well. Oh my god. Hey, what would you recommend to distribute geometry, let's say spheres, but without intersecting between each other? Obviously, without scaling up. Hold on. I was just reading another comment there. What would you recommend to distribute geometry without intersecting? Just use the Poisson disc. There's no way to do spherical packing at the moment, so you're a little bit kind of scuppered for your I can't believe that works so well. You're a little bit stuck, yeah, for spherical packing, but you're I'm literally like flabbergasted that this works so well. Yeah. No, so I would just do your Poisson disc distribution like normal. Eric, sometimes it gives you better triangulation if you join your curve with a 1 point curve line in the middle. Eh? Oh, I see. For triangulation. Maybe I should actually put another quad in the middle. That's what I was thinking, to get more of a... I mean, only thinking since you mentioned that, but can you go over real quick how you got Suzanne to be normal on that sheet? Well, I captured her normals while she was intact, and then I squashed her. So these normals are actually from before she got squashed. These are like her kind of true normals, and then I'm passing those out. So in theory, I'm not actually sure what happens if I now rotate this. Ooh, that's going to get worse and worse. Maybe I need to make the whole thing in a more or less standing up way, because otherwise we're going to get in trouble here. But yeah. So yeah, just be careful with breaking your normals when you start rotating. So I will fix that in a moment. Let's see if we can get a little bit more quad topology on our fill curve. Let's get that wireframe back. And so we want to geometry. Let's grab this one, which is a little bit bigger. Scale that down, join these two together. Hey, do you know that actually works really well for like 2D cropping? That's nuts, look at that. So if I make an array of these that are progressively smaller, that would actually work potentially. Not obviously not for quads, but it would give me more topology to play with when I want to deform these. So let's get rid of that one, and then we're going to go mesh, primitive, mesh line, 0 offset, instance on points, like that. We'll go maybe 5, and we'll go input, index, map range, from 0 to 4, because that's the total, into our scale. Oh, maybe that's not worked so well. Do I need to realize these then? Oh, that's definitely worse. It's like alternating rows. That's annoying. Okay, well in that case just one is going to do the trick. Oh, it's going to have to do the trick. Yeah, just one. Transform down like this. There we go, that'll do. Right, so we've got our we've got that done. Let's rotate this to standing up. So we'll just go 90 degrees. And I will also do this to Suzanne because I do not want that weird normal breaking. Oh, make a second one without. Yeah, maybe you're right actually. I could just do one which is like 0.9 and then literally just a grid in the middle, right? Like a mesh grid which fits whatever size this one is. Or can this one be filled? Oh, definitely not that. Oh no, even the quad is not having a good time there. Right, let's yeah, let's just use a grid in that case. Into that join there. Yeah, we will be bending it, but as long as they're in the right, in the more or less the same locations with more or less the same resolution, because we're going to be bending it based on vertex position anyway. So I'd be surprised if you can actually see anything like that. And there we go. A few more, 13 by 13, that should do us. Awesome. Nice, good shout. Generoso. Don't know where any of these are going. So that one's stood up now. We can just actually put this one in the z-axis, can't we? And we'll be scaling in the y-axis, 0.051. There we go. Just rejoin the original grid. Well, how do you join? Because there's no... I know people have been saying about like using Boolean unions, but that's nasty. The programmer in you wants to calculate those values rather than saying them by hand. I could actually really easily as well, because I've got this transform which I could just measure. Oh no, you've made me do it now. Right, utilities, bounding box. It's not even hard. Just need to grab this one and then I can set my X. And my Y. How close was I? Oh, do you know what that's like? Perfect. It was exactly what I set manually. But there we go. Just for you. Let's scale this down a little bit. And move it in the X. Awesome. Nice. I'm glad this is working so well for the, especially for the normal stuff. That's nuts. Don't worry, Steve. Oh, and then we can just view it after the set material. There we go. I wonder if I should also subdivide it. Just to have a little bit more to play with. It's probably not worth it. I mean, it's only going to be like an inch across on the back wall anyway. Mesh primitive. Mesh subdivision surface. Do you know, maybe I should give her a crown. Because it's a stamp, right? So it's the queen. Can't believe how good that looks. Yeah, we absolutely should give her a crown. Right. Crown time. We need. I didn't realise the you should make a separate material for the sheet underneath. Maybe? I don't know, because the normal in that, it's not messing up its local normals, so it should be alright. Because the plugging into that normal doesn't actually just define the normal, it like it sets it by the world normal, which is why when we were having issues when we were rotating around it. Let's grab, I've done this before, I think maybe for the perfume bottle, but we'll just do it again now. So we're going XYZ to R theta Z, so we're going cylindrical, geometry superposition, need 2 of these, and then this is going to allow us to set a nice wiggly top which we can merge with. It is outputting 0, yeah, but it doesn't seem to have a problem. If I do this, we're still getting like even in cycles, you know, that's still totally fine. It would be showing black if it was like actually confused. Like if I mute that, it doesn't seem to care. So I think that's fine. We'll see what happens when we start bending it around. I may mask it or tweak it or something. But I think because I'm probably going to go with a more or less like fairly high roughness, high specular, kind of stamp colour. And we'll like put something on it for paperish texture or half-tone texture or something. That just works so well. Alright, join geometry. It looks like a holographic monkey, it actually does. Maybe we should do more stuff like messing around with normals with geometry nodes. Join geometry in here. We're going to be mixing this with just a curve circle. Hello, workflow in mind. How's it going? Go meshed curve. I'm working in a really weird order at the moment, but just bear with me. A good way to make a 3D looking glass. True, true. Fill curve. And then this one gets joined up. Turn these on. Right, so that line is in a weird position, but that's fine because as soon as we do like curve input position from cylindrical to Cartesian, then we'll have a circle. The visualizers. Yeah. They're oh, you mean like the actual looking glass? Yeah, it's so good having the visualizers. It's so useful. It's something that I've been actually missing a lot for, especially the selection boxes. So for people who don't know, stuff like the masks, like the mask selection box. Oh, that's annoying because I've already used them in this file, so it's actually using the ones from the file instead of the new ones. That's something interesting to be aware of. Oh, here we go. Selection prism. So it has the preview outputs. How would you do it with a map range? I'm not sure how you would do a visualizer for a map range. Because it totally depends on the data that you're map ranging. Right, factor. Let's move this up in the Z. going to be going in the y direction by 2 pi. Need a lot more points. Oh right, and also I need to be out in the x because I need radius on here. Oh, that's annoying. Fill curve. Oh, does fill curve only work in the XY plane? It doesn't, it's not like actually lofting between curves, is it? Yeah, that's annoying. Right, well, we'll have to scrap that for a moment then. At least the fill curve and the circle curve. And the join geometry. This, I think we can still do something with this though. Right, let's take our factor, multiply it by some number of pi, because, yeah, that's the way we do it. Input, integer, value here, let's set this to like 7 or something like that. This is pi. Multiply, this can go through a sine wave now. Then this needs to go through a multiply. That's for our height. And then this can go through a... Oh wait, I also want to absolute this, right? B. Then combine x, y, z. This needs to go into the offset. Stick all of these together. Cool, that's working nicely. This should be in a factor of 7, but plus 1. So that's going to be, say, 71. That will give us all the corners. That's probably a good project for you to actually get into serpents with, actually. I like the sound of that. So this, but inverted, minus 0.5. Right, so this is going to be the top of the crown. For me to make this work, I need to instance a line on it, or like loft it, extrude a line along it, maybe. Curve line, mesh to curve, oh sorry, curve to mesh. Yeah, nah, that's not, it's not having it, is it? Okay, that's also wrong. Y direction. It's not that I don't like it, it's just that it's not really working. I need it to not follow the curved tangent, actually, for this. I need it to follow a predefined axis. Am I going to need to... Oh, this is super janky. Let's transfer an attribute. Let's transfer this to a grid. And we're just going to do that like horrible screw thing that we can do. So I need 71 vertices in one of these axes, 2 in the other. We're going to be using a set position on our grid. We're going to be going for a vector transferred from our original crown shape by index. We're going to be taking our index and modulating it by our count, which is going to be 71. That's our index. This can now be our position. That's pretty good. It's looking pretty good. And then, yeah, lofting does sound like a better solution, but we don't have lofts, unfortunately. So, just gotta hang in there. And then this time, instead of modulo, we're looking for greater than. This is our selection. Why is this happening? Do we want to go 2 and 71? Oh yeah, that's kind of marginally closer. There we go. Awesome. And so it needs to be offset. Let's go vector math on the position. Multiply add. Going to multiply by x. Y1. We're going to be saying this is a position. Now we can add this down. That's totally good enough for a crown. Let's find the top points and instance little icospheres on them or something. So that's going to be, let's use these ones. Instance on points. C4D user. Yeah, it's just that we will get stuff like that. It's just that we don't yet have stuff like that. Let's go for our icosphere. The McDonald's birthdays. Reminds me of the, you know, in Shrek when the prince gets the medieval meal and he gets like the big axe and the crown. We can set our scale by the Z position here. So let's grab our vector, separate X, Y, Z on our position. Setting the map range on the Z. Into this scale. And there we go, right. Minus 0.3 to 0.3. Something like that is fine. All right, let's add this one in. How are we looking? Okay, that's not that's not good. Join this one in. There we go. There's our crown. Do we want to bevel the bottom edge? Yeah, we do. So let's grab a... Oh, I can just do it with a circle, I guess. Geometry... I'm pretty sure this all just has a radius of 1 at the moment, so let's go for a curved circle, curve to mesh, with another curved circle, set this to like 6, radius of 0.2, something like that, and join this one up. There we go. Transform this one down a little bit. I'm definitely not doing more than is necessary. I'm so bad at choosing what I should be focusing on. Nodes look cool, but still kind of alpha. Yeah, well, they kind of are. I'm literally working in 3.1 alpha, so quite a lot of the things are actually brand new. Even today, somebody on Discord was asking like, oh, you have selections, where are the selections? It's like, yeah, they're just not there yet. Let's grab these, add another transform, and just scale this down a little bit. Oh, she has a very awkward shaped head. Maybe we also just do something like this. Just, you know, have it on the piss slightly. Cool, what a gangster. Let's check that out. Oh my god, it's so bad good. I hate it. Oh my god, it's awful. Let's move this down slightly. Cool. Unbelievable. Now we actually need to position it around the scene and deform it. Hope that we can deform it without it just getting horribly broken. I think it's probably going to end up getting horribly broken though. Control J on this. This is our stamp. Can't believe how well this worked. Colour. Unbelievable. Right. We need to find out where we're actually instancing this. So there we go. Oh, somebody asked before for a tour around the scene. Are they even still here? That was like surprisingly long time ago. I hate it when I'm like, oh yeah, I'll just finish this thing and then show you. Oh, it was Dan. Is Dan still here? Right, I need to stick this on the back and the sides and the top. That should be fine. We just need to avoid the books. Let's grab the back wall. Actually, do you know what? We made a thing for instancing our wires, didn't we? What's this? Headphones? Fairy light wires? We made this. And we can use that again. Maybe actually add a couple more planes to it though. So let's just pull this one. So let's grab mesh primitive grid, make these nice and low res. Maybe we actually get rid of a couple of these. And we'll just replace, I just want to use those three sides and then we're going to use the actual back wall. That's probably the easiest thing to do here. So, not you, not you, not you, not you. Oh, wait, maybe that one actually. Join geometry. Great, these three. Grab those. And I want to join this onto the back wall, which is somewhere. Let's also grab a join geometry. Find the back wall, which is over here. Yep. Pull this one over. V shift click. There we go. I've been looking through the production lines, the production files of Sprite Fright. I realised I have no idea how to use the collection and linking. I don't have a video on that, but you might find one on Blender Bob's channel. I don't know if he's done one. There's definitely stuff. I don't really like using library overrides and things like that. I find it very easy to get in hot water because it's like it's just keeping track of what you've actually overridden in certain files. I mean, if you want to link something, you just file link, and then you can link it, and then if you look at the data, it'll be like grayed out, but it will have the option of breaking the chain link, so you can click that to break the link, or you can do, I think, a shift click to do a library override, which is like just an override of that data block in the specific file. Right, I want to find my books as well. Are these books? No. Are these books? Yes. So I need these for my proximity. All right. Books. Let's instance a bunch of points on here, or distribute some points. Why don't you make a Sigma version of the ETK? Why don't you make a Sigma version? Alright, they're all instances, so we need to realize instances. There we go. Let's have a few more points, that's fine. Are we not getting anything on the... Oh no, we are. I need to make a selection. I'm going to need... Oh, I've got to... It's not going to pull in the new selection box, which has the thing. Your husband just came back with Tia Maria. Yeah. Tia Maria's great. Did you get normal Tia Maria, or did you get the new matcha one? The matcha Maria? Tia Maria is just like a coffee liqueur, but it's delicious. Except obviously the matcha one is like matcha liqueur, I guess. I need just a box. Let's just do that. We can do a points inside mesh, that'll be fine. Let's grab mesh primitive, cube. I need my scene so I can actually see what I'm doing. Let's put this in here. The transform. Let's just move this up slightly. That's too much. Scale it. And Bailey's. Oof. Damn. Your man is well trained. Let's scale this up a little bit. Cool. That'll do us. That'll do. So now I can just do points inside mesh, right? Mask. Points inside mesh. This is my mesh. Just use a fast cull. Utilities, Boolean math. Just use fast, that should be fine because we're just working a cube here. So I need to invert it so I can delete my points. Geometry, delete geometry. Check out our points. And delete them. There we go, nice, that's working all right. And then I also need to delete points that are too close to books. So not the selection box, I need my geometry proximity. These, I believe, are instances, but we will see. Compare floats, distances less than a centimeter. And let's set this to OR. Plug that in. And yeah, realize instances. There we go, instance. Realize instances. Okay. Trying to figure out your suspension bridge video, but with the new nodes. Good luck, Oswin. Also, what a great name, Oswin Foe. It's definitely possible to do the rope bridge with the new nodes. In fact, it's easier. Once you know the new nodes, you can do it easier because we have stuff like the quadratic Bezier. So all of the stuff about lerping in the beginning is to make a quadratic Bezier, but now we just have that node. So you should hopefully be able to do it all right. All right, 2 centimeters, that should be fine. Cool. Right, now I need to instance on points. I guess we should probably pin up some more stuff as well as just the stamps. And we should actually use copy on points. Is this the updated one? No. No, it is. So let's join this one in. Okay, yeah, these stamps are huge. Let's get these. Oh my god. Alright. Let's make them a bit smaller. Oh, we also should probably move them down a little bit because there's going to be thumbtacks or like pins going through them all. So let's also just stick a transform on here and move it down. Do you know what? We can scale it as well to begin with, just so we have something sensible to work with. How big is this? I have no way of knowing. $10 centimeters. Definitely too big. 10 times too big. No, 5. Cool, that should be a bit better. Let's go back in here. This one. It's because it does everything that I need for like making flowers. Okay, these ones are definitely too small now. Okay, even scaling. Make them a bit bigger. And we will grab this on here. This is our new backwall stuff. Doesn't seem to be... Oh, it's because I'm an idiot. It's because it's rotating stuff to be like Z up and I've already rotated everything. So we need to go local. X minus 90. There we go. These freaking stamps everywhere. Can make them a little bit bigger. That'll do. Okay. I need them to be sticking off the back wall as well, so let's also just do a real easy, hacky, just add to the Y position, or I guess subtract, minus 0.05, just to move them forwards. We're going to randomize, oh, yeah, I don't need to because I've got it on here already. Can just set all of these to, oh wait, is it Z axis? Definitely not the Z. Maybe the X. I'm guessing it's the Y then. Yeah. Alright, 50 degrees. We're going to need to randomize the color a little bit better on these stamps. There's always like a few different types of stamps on there. So, do we have like a row of stamps on the back here? That's so peculiar. Is it good practice to have all of these nodes in one network? No. It's the workflow that I like having because it means that I have access to everything, but it's definitely not something that Blender enjoys. Some of these are like back to front. That's so unexpected. Oh, do you know, I think I know why. It's because they were on the back of the thing. So we can also cull by normal direction. So let's... Oh, but I don't want to... Alright. Vector math. Normal. Compared against... So dot product, positive Y. And then compare floats. And then we're also going to be deleting these, so another OR, which is for any point which is greater than like 0.8 or something. There we go. That should do us. Let's make this even denser. I just want more stamps. I want stamps every... I don't want that many stamps. I want maybe half that many stamps. And I want each of them to have a pin in them as well. That's going to be troublesome, I think. Potentially, we will see. I've got all of these points though, so I might as well just stick a pin in each one of them. Oh, these get really messed up at low angles. When in orthographic, that's weird. Let's move this down very slightly. I mean, we're not running into performance issues in terms of like what Blender can handle in a single node tree. We're running into performance issue like how many nodes can it draw, which is quite a nice issue to run into. That's like a big pat on the back, like well done. You've done enough work now. Maybe we should have some on the floor. No. Let's actually drop this even further. I know I said I wanted a lot, but maybe I want more like buttons and things. Actually, that might be a really cute thing to have up the back. Buttons. And it'll just add a bit of greeble. We could also put some leaves on, maybe like some pressed flowers. That's probably getting a bit much work. I've done so many flowers in the past, so I'll probably not do them this time. Let's find our buttons. I definitely brought them out. Here they are. So that's a button. That's a thing. We can turn this into an instance. Oh, but then is the normal thing still going to work? It appears to. Kind of. No, they get really NPR on that side. That's fine. You think about adding nodes to SVG filters inside of Inkscape. Are you an Inkscape developer? I love using Inkscape. It's so much better, especially like 1.0. Since that release, it's got so much better than because I have like the Affinity suite, and I hate using Affinity Designer. I think it's absolute garbage. It's weird, like as a user you don't think about the interface being a bottleneck, or at least like as a non-developer, because it's like, well, of course it's just, the interface is like a given, but then actually when you start having so many elements it does make sense. Let's join this one up. Those buttons are huge, aren't they? And we will pick instance because that's what the point of that is. Is that even working? Or maybe it's just the buttons are huge. Why are all the buttons the same colour as well? That's not fair. That's not what I want. Maybe I need to have two different instancing setups. That's probably best. Oh, you're doing a UX design course. Nice. I did not actually know that. I know you've been talking about UX recently, but I did not realise that you were actually doing like a course. Right, let's grab another one of these. And we want the same mask. Like this. You're working with GTK. Instance on points. We're just gonna do this like that, and then I can plug in the rotation directly. Plug in our buttons. And then plug this one in. Okay, that did not help me. Oh, why am I plugging that one in? There we go. So this one might want to be pass on disk, and distance min wants to be fairly small, 2 centimeters should be fine. Density of 300. We're going to move our points forwards as well, so transform. Oh, you're doing computer science. Yeah, I thought you were. I was, I mean, that being said, UX, UI is like such a in-demand role. It's kind of like digital placemaking, you know. Let's move this minus 0.05. That's too far. 0.01, something like that. Okay, loads of buttons on the back wall. Everybody loves buttons. So this bit lower. There we go for a different seed. Randomize the scale. Utilities, random float. Up into the scale. Oh, I'm excited actually. I've got a call tomorrow with my add-on developer Josh, who develops like the add-on part of my toolkit, and I think we're like working on making it so that we can have expansions, so I can release like the core toolkit, which people can get, but then separately, like partly because I need the money, and also partly because it means that I can do like more varied things, like more high level tools. So you'll be able to get like an expansion that does urban greeble, like pipe generators and aerial generators and air conditioning, scattering, things like that. And then there'll be sort of nature ones with like a bunch of plants, and then there'll be just so many things like form finding exercises. So there's going to be ones which are like just for kind of exploration of silhouettes and things like that. I'm really excited about just like, yeah, pumping out just a whole bunch of random packs, basically. Toolkit packs. I think that'll be fun. Nice. Awesome. Right. A few more buttons. Did we lose all of our stamps as well? Where did they go? I actually have no idea. Oh, they got completely disconnected. There we go. That would explain it. What? I am now pretty confused. Oh, it's because I've got a set to pick instance. How many nodes in this tree? 4,160. Including the contents of groups though, so yeah. There we go. We're getting somewhere, right? All of these stamps want to have a pin going through them, which means I need the same points with the proper rotation, and my drawing pins, which are way over here on this one. ETK anime kit. Do you know what? That's actually a good idea, because you get all of the like NPR stuff, like speed lines and trails, like sword trails. Is that working? No, I keep thinking that, oh, is this working? I'm not seeing anything, and then I just haven't even plugged anything in. All right, every one of our stamps now has a thumbtack holding it to the wall. Handy. This is why I can never find drawing pins, because the mice steal them all. Alrighty then. Where are we up to? Stamps for pictures. Goodbye. Items in the shelves, plates on the table. Oh, buttons and caps on the wall. Let's do that. I need some additional lighting, so we're going to make some extra light bulbs hanging from into the Spider-Verse kit. That would be fun. Although that's a lot of like work, like that's whole workflow processing. Do you know what these points, like a lot of them are in the same place, stamps and buttons. I'd preferably like to avoid any like proper overlapping. Alright, so I definitely want some additional lighting in the kitchen, and maybe in a few places. Maybe we can like rig up a thing with a 9-volt battery, like one of those square batteries, and just have like a few, you know, in science kits you get those little plastic things that you screw on a little filament light bulb to. Maybe we can do something like that, but like a little bit bigger. I think that'll be fun. Right, so these ones are our wall buttons. Oh, thank you, Anna. This is all about thumbtacks. And these ones are all of our stamps. And I can now just join all of these together. Here we go. Control J. This one is our wall covering. There we go. Give that a colour. Go somewhere blue this time. Right then. Yeah, definitely need more light, and then we need to basically just fill the kitchen with stuff. Loads of stuff. Loads and loads of stuff. Yeah, that's fine. We've got loads of time. Loads of time. I think it might be one of those things where we don't even need too much texturing because there's just going to be so much like visual detail anyway. You can probably get away with a lot of crimes. All right, next one, light bulbs. Let's do this. I kind of want it to be. Thanks so much, Jazz. I want a battery somewhere. Maybe the battery's down here, like a little square battery. And then that, we can like see the wires coming up, and there's going to be maybe like across the floor. Oh, do you know what? I was going to bend some of these stamps, wasn't I? Yeah. Alright, let's do that. I want to bend the stamps because it's going to add a little bit more kind of texture to the walls, and I think that's going to be worthwhile. So the great thing about using this copy on points node, instead of the only reason to use the copy on points node is because you get all of your things like local position, rotation, scale, etc. out of them, which means I can come in here with a position, vector math, vector rotate, and if I use this, now I can actually plug my local position into the centers, and it's going to bend around, in this case where the tack is actually holding it to the wall. I can then, because I'm just doing these stamps, because it's just the stamps, I don't need to worry too much about the vertex order. I can just transfer the attribute. So if I grab my actual stamp here, let me capture an attribute on the stamp, which is going to be the Z gradient. So input position vector separate XYZ, map range on the Z, and we can capture this. I don't really need to capture it. I'm just in my head I use captures like checkpoints. It helps me like actually process what I'm doing. that Z position is not too bad actually. And we're going up to top here. Oh no, we'll just go up to 0. That'll be fine. 0 to 1, that's fine. So this is our capture. And again, we don't really need to capture. I really just want to transfer directly. I do need to know how many vertices there are. So we can by index. This is the attribute. This is the geometry. I need to know how many indices. I don't think we have the domain size node yet, but I do in my toolkit have a field length. So from this, I can find out the number of points, and that is, I don't really want to join this up, but yeah, so I can just now take the input index, and this is going to be modulated by that field length. There we go. So this is now our index. So now I know that when I do my transfer, it's going to be like correctly mapped, this 0 to 1 gradient vertically for every single one of these stamps. And that means I can now like randomize how much bend basically each one of these gets. Really nice, easy way to work. And I can use this directly. So let's put this through a map range as well. Just grab these, put these in that frame. This one can come up here. This one's going to be our angle. And the splash Blender Christmas splash screen. We will see. Oh my god, imagine. I might have to talk to somebody twice in a row. That would be so funny. I'm pretty sure you can't get 2 splash screens. Although of course I'd be very happy to. Right, geometry set position on here, and we're going to grab our position. Yoy, that's not happy, is it? So something is going on that it doesn't like. I want to be rotating around the x-axis. More like curled, yeah. So definitely something's up with the indexing. Where are we going wrong? Okay, so I definitely don't need that capture attribute. So I'll get rid of that. Now you've got spikes, yeah. 2,803? Surely not. Surely not. 2,803. There is no way that these have 2,000. Oh, do you know? Maybe they do actually, because of all of the. Right, well. Let's just use an attribute statistic in here. Oh yeah, Benny's work is so good. So good. His fern, the fern he did the other day, like the fiddle scroll one, it's just beautiful. Using the index on this one. Oh yeah, this one looks like it's saying the same thing. Damn. What? This is all like joined together. There's no instances, are there? Yeah, Benny Govart's. His work is just unbelievable. Geometry, realize instances. Oh, that actually did change. In which case, I think that must be our the issue that we were having. So in this, let's go to that attribute statistic. We'll use our field length node again. Up here. Length down onto here. Oh. Whew, had me worried there. I love it when almost everything I do, I'm always like, oh, it's such a simple process, and then it immediately goes wrong. Okay. Now we got some bends. Oh, I'm sorry, the net crack. I've like given up on apologizing for them. Let's grab a a random value. We can set our ID as the index because that's going to be now straight, like a flat value per thing. So this is the vector. We're going to be setting our axes in here now. We just want to clamp that. This is looking pretty good actually. Let's grab a yours is louder. I try not to generally, but you know, it's just like when you've got like a bit of, not like a stress headache, but like a lot of tension, and I've got a huge amount of light, like these big light panels in front of me. So it's just like, oh, I always just get like a little bit crunchy while I'm doing these streams. All right. Oh, 0 to 1. I need these to go the other way. Idiot. So I need the tops to be random. There we go. It's like cracking knuckles. Once you start doing it as well, it's like so difficult to stop. Nice, these are looking good. Yeah, when you don't do it, that feeling of just being like, oh, I gotta do it, It's like you're actually addicted. Let me check this. Wow, that was like very close to some spikes there. Okay, they look a little bit more natural, which is good. Some of them are going through the wall, which is less good. Maybe we scale these points in horizontally as well, just very slightly. X 0.95. 0.9998. Oh, don't know why I did that minus. Oh, not on YouTube, sorry. Let me link you his... Actually, I'll just bring it up on here. His Twitter is what you're looking for. His work is so good. Oh, that's pretty dope. That retweet. Oh, they're just so beautiful. They're so beautiful, and he gets that really like macro, high light, high contrast thing. Just so well done. It's crazy. It's crazy. Let me copy his account. There you go. Whenever I see his work, I'm always just like actually blown away. I want to find the fiddle head stamps that, oh, these are beautiful. The ferns, that's what I'm after. So many cool things. How did he? I want to find those. It was him that, oh, here it is. It was him that shared his Phyllotaxis group with me when I was learning when I was like first doing my toolkit. So that's like huge thanks to him, because mine was like not working properly before. Is this from Virtual Lessons? No, this is Benny's work. Benny does a lot of stuff with Geometry knows that he's used Virtual before. He does a lot with Plant Factory as well. It's just a very cool, well-rounded person. Yeah, a lot of helpful hints. He's just great. He's a really nice person. I recommend to any of you, if you're interested in just like beautiful procedural generation, have a look at his work. Let's bring some of these down from the top as well. There we go. Alrighty then. It's light bulb time. I actually really like how this looks in these matte caps. Oh, that one looks really bright now. Love it. Alright. Let's do, I need a battery and a thing for the battery to plug into and some wire and some light bulbs. Maybe we stick one of these in the bottom of the book like it's actually been screwed to the book. And we can just do that with a couple of cylinders. And then, yeah, that'll be fine. So, I'm just going to find where that center is, stick a vertex on there. The dark matte cap. I think the dark matte cap would be difficult to actually work in, but yeah, it does look good. I think it would be really good for sculpting like skin details. Alright, so we're going to have vertex. We can now use this to align, or maybe even instance this cylinder on. I haven't checked. Was your big GeoNode tutorial packed from like 2 months ago? Has that been... You mean my course? That was for 2.93. And yeah, so there is a video at the end of that which goes through the full process of building that scene, the fairy ring scene, in the new version of Blender. So you can follow along, and it's a lot of transferable knowledge. But yeah, Geometry Nodes is like, it's running on still. It's on like full sprint development. So there's been a lot of development since then. Right then. Big old-fashioned 6-volt from the 80s with the spring terminals. A 6-volt battery. Oh, like the big C ones. Oh, I see. I remember having these as a kid. And like using them for like soldering stuff too. Maybe we just had some like really old ones. Maybe they were ancient. I think I'm going to use a 9-volt because I need it to fit down behind that little book in the corner. Whoa, big cylinder. But yeah. I'm going to use this with line mesh by mesh. Something like this, just to make sure that we've got it in the right place. We're going to be going onto the top of the geometry. Might as well align X and Y because it's going to be fairly small anyway. We're looking at like 2 centimeters radius by 1 centimeter depth. Something like that. And then inside this I actually need another one which can be aligned to the center. Yeah, that should be fine. Oh yeah. So slow to plug stuff in now. Oh, thanks, Michael. That's kind of you. So this one wants to be 0.0 2, I guess. Oh no, I want X, Y, Z center for both. So I'll just set both of these to 0.51 or something. And then depth can be like 0.04 and the radius can be 0.01. That'll give us a nice step on there. Come back a little bit. And now we need to stick a light bulb at the end of it. So I need to make a light bulb, which is going to be probably actually just a sphere. Yeah, just a sphere, and we'll pull some bits out at the end. And I want to stick a nice little filament inside it, which is actually going to be what's casting all of the light out. So grab a UV sphere. Grab another one of these align mesh by mesh. This one can go like this. Yeah. I mean, the 3D thing is the 3D viewport is still like snappy as anything, but it's the moving the nodes and actually plugging stuff in that's getting a little bit choppy. We need to be centering these on these, but then we're going to be doing the Z with the top of this one aligned to the bottom of this one. There we go. And then this one can get joined in. There we go. Nice and easy. Radius of this should be around about 0.02, I think. That's pretty close. And then we can start tweaking it. So we're going to transform this. If we make it 1.3 in the Z, 1.2. And then I just want to take that top section just in there, pull it up, and then we'll be good. So let's grab a geometry set position node. I'm going to grab a input position. You have a question. Go ahead if it's for me. Otherwise, just feel free. See you later, Anna. Thanks for jumping in. So the bottleneck is the graphical drawing of the node tree. It certainly seems to be, yeah. It's storing so many nodes, and loads of these nodes are groups as well. So there's just a lot of stuff going on. Need to be grabbing this. Are you the only one who uses a graphics tablet for Blender? Well, let's do a little poll. Drop in the chat how you use Blender. Are you a mouse or a graphics tablet person? I kind of wish I was more of a graphics tablet person, but yeah, I don't know, I just never really got into it that much. I love using it for drawing. I never really got it for Blender, I guess, maybe because I was so accustomed to using it with a mouse. Let's delete geometry. Let's delete those faces. Actually, that's fine. Might also subdivide this mesh subdivision surface. And I also want to scale these up, I think. Mouse for everything but sculpting and painting. Yeah, that's me as well. Input position. Have a tablet, use the mouse, yeah. I've got a tablet right in front of me, but it's got like my jog wheel for video editing on top of it. And that's just kind of where that lives now. And if I do have it turned on, it's just got my calendar on it. So bad. Mostly trackball, but occasionally you bother. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I use a trackball when I'm just like generally working for myself, but on streams and things I use I use a mouse so I can draw stuff. So grab our transform plus node. You are the only one. I know people like Pablo use one, and he always tells people like, "Oh, you gotta use this. It's much better for your wrists." It's like, yeah, I'm sure it is. I don't know why this is being weird. Let's move this up 0.01 and 1.5 or something. There we go. You break out the tablet for Critter. I wish Critter worked on the iPad as well. That would be great. I really do like Critter a lot. Let's do something like that. Maybe we can set the deviation down even lower. Let's make the neck of this a little bit smaller, 1.2. You find the tablet fiddly. It's nice to have, yeah, for sculpting for sure. 0.4, there we go. I had to switch to a vertical mouse. I remember like turning my nose up at vertical mice for the longest time because I was like, oh, they look so dumb. And then as soon as I started getting wrist problems, it was like, oh, now I understand. They're actually amazing. Is that light bulb too big? Well, you can always tweak it later. Most sculptors you follow use tablets. Yeah, I think for, like, especially people who work on Cintiqs all the time, and they'll have just, like, they won't even have another display, they'll just have this massive Cintiq set up for all of their interactions. I do understand using it like that, but alright, so now I've done this, I can actually remove that first align mesh, and now we can just straight up instance. Can we? Is that still good? Yeah. No. Yeah. No, that should be fine. So now I can just instance one of these on the bottom of my book, and yeah, on the bottom of each book, maybe a couple on the top surface. Use gamer's mouse. Oh, the additional buttons, yeah. I remember seeing some mice that were made for like MMORPG people, like World of Warcraft people, and they have like 17 extra buttons or something like that. Like, I always forget to use my extra 2 buttons. Alright, this is our... Oh, no, this is the main bit of the light, but we don't have the filament in here yet. Hey, Seven, how's it going? How's it going? We're just discussing input interfaces, mice, tablets, trackballs. Your Logitech MX Master stopped working for good. Oh no. How does the Razer feel compared to the Logitech? So I've been really wanting to get a one of those Logitech MX Masters. Scale it down a little bit. Something like that is probably about right. And then I need a curly filament. Let's grab a spiral. There it is. Join this in like this. Transform. Rotate it in the y-axis 90 degrees. We're going with start and stop radius of 0.002. 0.002, height of 0.01, maybe 3 rotations. Let's make it a little bit bigger actually, 0.015. and we will move it. Maybe we align it because this is going to be fiddly otherwise. Going to go center to center. There we go. And then I need to actually get probably quadratic Bezier will be fine rather than using Bezier segments. Maybe the Bezier segment would be better in this case. Switching between vertical mouse for work and regular mouse for Blender helps. Yeah, definitely. I recommend definitely having like 2 different hand positions. I mean, it's so bad to be doing anything for like 15 hours straight, you know. Speaking of, in half an hour, if I forget, can somebody remind me to stand up? I'll do the second half of the stream stood up like last time, because I think that's probably actually quite good for me. I'll try and remember, but I will inevitably forget. Never heard of a vertical mouse. Yeah, it's like kind of what it sounds like. Keeps things a bit more vertical. They do look weird, but they're so good for your wrist. Once you've got wrist problems as well, it's like, and you're trying to do computer stuff. I don't know if you noticed, or if anybody else follows Parsec on Twitter, or maybe they're Marin, but they've got like RSI at the moment, and they're a professional drawer, or a professional artist. It's so bad, so inconvenient for them. Right, sample curve. Let's do it like this. We're going to use curve Bezier segments. We're going to just start here, going in the tangent, the negative tangent. So tangent -1 plus the position, I guess. That should give us the right position for our start handle. And then our end handle should be like here. Should be here. Paste, paste. Cool. You prescribed yourself FIFA. That's so funny. You know, if it's for medical purposes, you can't really complain. Nobody can stop you. Let's start this one to the end. This one maybe needs to just be a scale of 1. And then these ones want to be joined together and actually joined with this one. And then we can plug that out, because I'm going to need to skin all of this filament stuff. Oh yeah, that's not good. That's not where that's supposed to be. Oh, because I'm an idiot. Let's do that like that. There we go. Well, at least he's pointing in the right direction. That's fairly good. The end handles want to move down. Do that, and then these want to be way smaller, 0.01, something like that. Let's move this one across a little bit. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. This one wants to move across. There we go, awesome. So, curve to mesh. Curve primitive circle. Radius is going to be super tiny. Oh, but it's still got to be quite illuminating, so I guess we're probably going with about this. and then obviously a way lower resolution, and then we can just set the mesh set material emissive. This is the light bulb, so this one needs to be glass. Don't know if I have any. Yeah, that'll be fine. And then the top section can be, well, where do I have two things here? Oh, I see. Let's join these two together. There we go. Any left is both my parents are left-handed, and then all three of us children are right-handed. So strange. Like literally none of us got the left-handed gene. If it is a gene, I actually don't know what causes left-handedness, but there we go. Right. In reality, the filament is a spiraled spiral of tungsten wire. Oh yeah, but it's going to be so bright. I don't. Otherwise, I'm going to have to like make it spin as well. All right. Let's do it. Input curve, set curve tilt, curve parameter. We'll just set this by a whole number. Factor tilt multiply. Do it by like 8, so it still joins up at the ends. And then these we'll just pretend. That's kind of, oh, maybe it's not. Absolutely mashing this together. There we go. If anybody's looking really close, they will at least have. Oh, you got an idea for huge? Awesome. Unless your idea for huge is me, in which case, how rude. You can only see it when the bulb is off. Yeah, I know, and they're going to be like fully illuminated. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, that top bit does not want to be glass. Maybe we just use the button material again. Put it on everything. I need to smooth the glass for sure. Set shade smooth. We get a little bit more of the refraction actually with it being flat shaded, which is cool. There we go. Awesome. Right, this is our little light bulb. I need to find a way to actually position it as well. See, if I was doing this for real, I would just duplicate it. Or if I needed the positions, then I would use, I would like just make a line manually and I would set those positions. But doing it this way, I feel like I should probably instance it or something weird like that. Let's grab, actually I will set shade smooth on all of it there. There we go, right. I'm gonna need the wire coming out of it, so I definitely need the locations. Good old Bakelite, that's right. Going to need 2. Where do we have some books or some vertical surfaces? I'm going to have to use these ones again, aren't we? So let's grab another one of these joint geometries. Where are we in camera? Right, not that one, not that one. We want this one. We want this one. This is a book. This is our next book. We want the kitchen area. Don't want any on there. Probably don't want any on the back wall. There's already so much stuff going on. So yeah, that should do it. That should be our final positions. Point, distribute points on faces. Join this one up. Here we go. Bring all of this down. There we go. I only want a few points, but a few more than that. That's too many. Come on, I want it on the bottom face. There we go. That's pretty good. There we go. Instance on points. We're going to be taking our instance object. The rotation's probably fine actually. We can just spin it in the z-axis. So utility random value vector into the rotation. Set these to pretty much 0. Actually, maybe we just give them a little bit of -1 to point 0.1. We've got all of these positions for these, and then I still want to get my wires to join up. And I want another wire along the front, and I want to make a battery. So let's go to these, join this up, join this up. Okay, this is cool, but those are in a really bad position. Let's scale those points to 0 in the y-axis. Transform. Scale 0 minus 0.1. There we go. Get a bit more rotation on those. Maybe that glass needs to be a little bit frosted as well. It's way too transparent. Let's make a new one on here, new material, which is just going to be, I guess, clear glass. I can use my like Archiglass group if I have it, which I do. There we go, and we can just set this over here. So this one is going to be clear glass. Something like that. How light is that emissive? That's crazy. 300. Maybe we go a little bit dimmer. Alright, that's pretty cozy. You can wiggle your right hand fingers faster than your left. How do you even quantify that? That's such a strange thing to know. Right, let's... Oh, it's quite dark down there. I'll just make a battery and we can pop it in and put some wires across the floor so that we can see there's something. I'm not going to worry about joining things up now. This is probably enough, unless I try out my new node, which does that. I made a new node called the two wires node, and it basically turns anything into drooping wires. Like it just turned all of those lights into drooping wires. That's not meant to happen. Pull that off. Were you going to apply a watercolor filter to this one? I was going to do, yeah, some like watercolor. Well, I don't know. It might be post-processed at this point because I'm looking at my how many things do we have now? My 51 materials and thinking like I don't want to make shaders. Charon said that he wanted to make shaders for it, so I think he might do like a separate version. But yeah, I'll do my first pass and I'll see how it goes. Let's join that up. Let's join this one up. Okay. So I need my drop distance way lower. Incandescent should be towards the red end of the spectrum. Okay. Let's you can. That's probably a bit better. I could just like colour the glass instead. Although what happens if the emission turns off? If I turn that off. And then turn this one off. Okay, those bulbs are definitely too pink, aren't they? I think the bulbs should be clear. And I think I just need a new... I need like a second emissive texture, which is much more red. Yeah, his Harry Potter idea was good. He did the Deathly Hallows as well, didn't he? I think he was going to do more Harry Potter themed things. Okay, so emissive red converter black body shader emissive. Go with 50, and then clear glass is actually going to be clear. That's fine. Something like that is fine. Let's grab our emission down here. Emissive red. There we go. And I'll make the other emissive back to 150 for the fairy lights, because they're inside dark colours. Here we go. Yeah, I think a lot of people had really cool ideas for November, especially when you saw people doing like more project-based things, and then I think just a lot of people kind of petered out across the course. Still not sure if that's the mouse's underwear laundry hanging there. It is. Mice are, you know, they gotta stay clean. Mice are actually very clean, and rats as well. That's something that people are always like, oh, rats are disgusting. It's like, no, rats spend so much of their time washing. Right, profile radius, let's go with 2mm radius on here. I need a material. People got burnt out by the prompts, yeah. Easy to have happen when there's such an open prompt. You've got to be really disciplined and have less else to do. Because if you just want to come home from work and just jump into doing something which is like very clearly explicit, it could be just really difficult when there's nothing that's been said. Let's go for black plastic on those wires as well. You've done your quota. Promise yourself at least one a week. I'm excited to see what you do for huge. Your tiny one, or was it the small one, the little train set? Oh my god, let me bring it up. It was so gorgeous. I love the depth of field shift as well. Clackles. It was so good. This is the animated one. Yeah, if people don't follow Quackles, freaking go and do that. This is just so nice. I love these little cut through things, and you got like the sparkles as well, which is just really pretty. I actually don't know how you did that. Is that with a Voronoi? Like messing with the normals? It looks so good. And there's cactuses as well. Damn, I could watch this for hours. So nice. Yeah, a lot of Quackle stuff is actually quite miniature. Like the car, like toy cars and things. I'm gutted that we don't see waiting for Gouda. I like that we can actually see these titles lit up though now. Yeah, actually, like some of our first conversations, Quackles, were about like stop motion, and that's just like so on brand actually. Let's drop these a bit further. I know it's just like extra cables, but that is probably fine. It just makes things look a little bit more connected. It's just an emission. It looks so good though. Oh my god. I need to do little things. I always forget that you can actually just do. So I always overcomplicate. Do you know what would be good is if we had. I'm gonna add a quick little cone. Wait, let me frame these before I forget what they do. These are our light instances. Yeah, the Volvo, right? So good. Let's grab I basically want to make smoke come out of the fire. And to do that, I'm going to want maybe a cone? No. A quadratic Bezier, which I can set as I can use the curve radius and I can fill it with volumetric, and we can like randomize the surface. It's going to be pretty easy to do. Turn off that reflector. Alright. I'm so happy with how this is coming out. It's really coming together nicely. We're getting to that stage of a project where, and I think it's a shame because a lot of beginners never actually get here because they're always like, it's just not going well, so I'll cancel early. And it's like, actually, this is, going through this part of it is where it gets really, really fun. And you get to just explore and play around with ideas. Curve radius. And it's just like world building, right? That's all it is. So the radius is the factor. And then curve to mesh with a circle, same as always. Join it up, maybe set this to like 12 or something. We could do a noise displacement just on the surface just to make it, or maybe even, yeah, no, this should be fine. And then we can give it a volume as well. Could add those shiny stars you get in grade school on the walls. That's actually a really good idea because we have a star node curve primitive. Add a star. Maybe I mix these in with the buttons. That might be a good way to do it. We're going to go with 5-point stars. Curve. Fillet curve. A little bit less. Curve. Fill curve. Something like that. We can use the same gold material, as the book foil. Oh, time to stand up. Thanks, Julia. Let me do a save before the volume. Yes, I will do. Right, I will stand up in a moment. I just want to get these stars added. Inner radius needs to come in a little bit more. And then we can make it way smaller. And then, yeah, we can just add these two stamps. Wall buttons. Don't really want to do a third scatter. Maybe I just randomly separate points. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Geometry, separate, geometry. And we're just going to do it like this. Super easy. Utility, random value, Boolean, and that's it. Something like that. Should do it. Cool. Let's move this down. The stars go up. And we can plug these in, and then I think that should be fine. I think that should just join up now. I never know if I've actually clicked on something or if I've actually just, broken it. Oh, these are these are really big. Let's get back into 0. Let's set these down to teeny tiny. There we go. Can we find any? Maybe that's too small. There definitely should be some. Oh, there's one. All right. Maybe we go like 0.5 or something. Maybe I'll make these a little bit bigger as well. 0.04. Too big. 0.02. Cool, now we have some stars. That was a good shout, thank you. They're not quite stuck to the walls. Part of me wants to raycast them at the walls, but I should not. Unless... No, I shouldn't. We're just going to go with what they... with how they are. Okay. Let's frame this. Control J. Stars. Alright, standing time. Oh. Oh wait. If it gets too tall too quick, I can't reach my camera to move it. I gotta find a better way of moving the camera. All right. There we go. Maybe the stamps and stars both have seed 0 and they're the same. They should be different. One's using pass on disc anyway. I think it's just that there's a lot of stamps and not as many of the other things. How tall am I? I'm 6'2" and a little bit. Oh, what's that in metric? That's like 188 centimeters, 189. I'm pretty sure I'm below 190 though. Let's make a few. No, I like having a lot of stamps actually. It kind of plasters the back wall nicely. No, it's funny actually because this table is like, oh, it's so tall. They were like convincing me that it was definitely the right table and I should definitely get this one because it's definitely going to be tall enough for me. And it's at the top of its extension. Burj Khalifa. Yeah, so what were we doing? You're 5'10". That's fine. It's not short at all. I think 5'7" or something is the average height, isn't it, for a guy? (190), 6'3". Wait, Jamal, are you 6'3"? That is actually quite tall at that point. That's like, because I'm definitely at the tall, I'm at the edge of where it's convenient to buy clothes. Yeah, 6'4", I think that would be a bit tricky. My brother's 6'5", and clothes become a bit tricky to purchase. 5'9", Quackles, that is very surprising. I thought you would be like 7'2" or something. Like just this huge Swedish giant. Nugget is 6'1". Nugget, you're a child though. How does that work? That's so funny. It's so strange, like because you make assumptions about everybody that you talk to online, or like obviously like just as people, and then when you actually find out like what their physical reality is like, or their circumstances or whatever, and then it's totally different to how you presumed that person, even if it's just like assuming someone's got brown hair and then they're actually blonde. I feel like it always really throws me. Too tall for that world. We're making smoke, aren't we? And I just want to join this up here. There we go. Radius of this should be like 0.02, maybe? Well, that's strange. Oh, because of the displacement, I see. There we go. Alright, so this is kind of right, but definitely too small. 0.02. That's probably about right. Yeah, people almost always don't match the image. It is true. It's difficult when, especially with the pandemic and everything, so many of us have been working like exclusively online. And then it's like all of your relationships are pretty much built on guesses you've made about a person. It can be a bit strange. Let's bring this one back a little bit up here. Something like that, and then this one can maybe be down to 11. Maybe even further. Let's go up to like 14. There we go. Awesome. Let's now chuck on some of our displacement. leg space is a problem over 6 foot. I remember like going on a plane even, you know, you got to have, like you got to be by the emergency exit so you can actually straighten your legs out, like over the wings. He's a pain. Come on, where is this noise? Am I even making this? King Tutankhamun. Let's just look at the output from this. Let's see if we can actually make this go a little bit quicker. There we go. Scale this up. That's kind of plumy looking. Let's make it actually a bit bigger. There we go. Something like that. Or a little bit more strength. And now we can save set material. And we want to set this as a volume. Is that a furniture made of matchsticks next to a fire? I actually had not thought of that. Yes, it is. There's a lot of stuff made of matchsticks. You still have issues with airplane leg space. It's tricky because like obviously they're commercial ventures and they are money grabbing. So set this to smoke. I'm actually going to fill the caps just so I have that. Smoke, here we go. Alright, let's see if this crashes. Shader. Principal volume. Into the volume. It's probably a good start that we haven't had a crash yet. See how this goes. Are you all taller than your parents? I'm definitely taller than my parents. My mum's pretty tall. My dad, less so. I think my mum's 5'10", and my dad is like 5 foot. I want to say 6, 7. Density. Where is this smoke? Oh, there it is. Like this toxic plume coming out of the oven. Maybe we just set this with the position. So geometry. Hey, Dio. Let's grab a converter, separate XYZ, position, map range. On the Z, I'm not actually sure where we are here in terms of our actual position, world position. Oh, maybe I can... No, I think that's just... Maybe I can actually use the generated set. Is that going to work? And I can set my density from like 100 to 0. Go back into rendered view. That just seems to be taking average. You said my name. Do keep an eye on the chat. Geometry. Let's take our position. Let's go on this way. Node count. Ignoring the... Oh. Ignoring shaders. We're currently at 4,426. Getting there. We're getting there. Don't forget to save. Thank you. I have been. Right. Height of this is 0.04, and the top height is 0.15. Are there any L systems in geometry nodes? There are not. There are not. You can kind of jank it, but there's no loops, so you have to actually make a group node and then manually loop it with a certain rule set. Now, if you can do it with maths though, you can do anything. Let's grab this. Oops. That certainly looks like a lot of smoke coming out. It's like so much smoke. They should not have opened the door. Maybe I need to make that a little bit taller actually. We want it to come kind of up to the ceiling. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Can you use geometry nodes with a 1050 Ti, or is there severe lag? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I mean, geometry nodes is computed on your CPU. So what CPU do you have? I mean, either way, I think you'd be fine. It's pretty quick. I don't know how you would cope with a big scene like this, but I think you'd probably be fine for like 99% of the work that you do. Let's get this going up to the ceiling, and we will use a bigger curve radius, but we'll put it through a float curve. This is so good. Oh, hey, J-Jobs. So I want more size, 0.05. Oh yeah, you can see at the bottom actually, yeah, 1.62 gig of RAM, 4 gig of VRAM, and if we have a look at my actual processor, I don't know, it's like jumping around, but it's not going particularly high. Like I wouldn't assume there's any particular bottleneck, so 10% like average for that, so you're going to be fine on like anything. Let's move this up to the top. RAM is important. It depends how much geometry you need to be storing, but yeah, like instances are more CPU intensive. RAM, if you realize instances, then it's going to be more RAM intensive. Right, let's get our quadratic Bezier up to the ceiling. Coming behind our glass here. Let's just get that one base cursor location. And we also need to set that on our shader. That is going to be 0.27. Yeah, geometry nodes runs super well as long as you don't have booleans. Booleans are just such a nightmare to work with. Let's get that over here. Let's make it even bigger here, 0.1. I want like a nice big area of smoke, and then I can control it through my float curve. Now, because I do have a big tree here, every update is taking ages. Animation nodes. Noticed the other time when you told me about animation nodes that you're not a fan. Can I ask why? I never really needed them, and I can do everything that I need with Sverchok. So it's never really been like a thing where I've really been like, oh, you know, I can only do this with. Yeah, literally, there's way too much smoke. I've just never really needed to use animation nodes for the work that I do. Use them on a couple of client work actually for doing some like trails and things, but Yeah, nothing's modelled. It's 100% geometry nodes. All one node tree. You know what? This actually looks pretty good. With like that amount. That seems like a good amount of smoke. To be softening the area, but not completely trashing it. Let's go through a float curve anyway, or an RGB curve. Yeah, it's viewport to do that, yeah, so it only works at render time. Even if it's just like stepping from before, right? This one goes 0 to 1. There we go, now we can crush this a little bit. Something like that should be fine. Let's just drop that base density a little bit. Cool, 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 cool. I mean, to be fair, with like a cup full of water on the top floor and then just wire everywhere and ring mains that they've gnawed open, it's hardly surprising that, and stamps as well on every surface. This is like such a bad fire risk. I'm procrastinating making the mouse by making new models all the time. Guilty as charged. Right, light bulb's done. Smoke coming out of tin, that's done. Plate on the table, items on the shelves, kettle on the stove, let's do that one. Okay, we're down to 14 objects. I don't want to say we're going to finish today, because that would be a pretty wild claim. But I think we're getting closer. And we're only like halfway through the stream. If some of the objects are slowing you down, you can unconnect them. Yeah, I can, yeah. Where are the stamps? Everywhere. All over the back wall. They're just hundreds and hundreds of Suzannes pinned onto this wall. I need to give them a little bit better texture. Because the mouse is here, Quackles. It's in the bath. You can see its tail sticking out. I do kind of want to add another one that's like another bit of a mouse. Maybe its nose or ears sticking out from somewhere. I think that would be fun. But first I want to make a kettle, and then I want to put some, I want to fill those shelves. Those shelves have looked so empty this whole time. And I also want to make stuff hang off the ceilings, like drying mushrooms and herbs and stuff. And I just think adding some leaves will really help. Well, that volume is pretty annoying. Right, Control J. Let's make this a bright colour so we can just turn it off for now. Let's go orange. Arm draped over the side. I don't really know how much of an arm a mouse would have, but yeah, well, it's kind of, that's sort of the goal, is to make it just so busy that you can look at it for ages. I'm actually so happy with how these pants came out, considering that they were just cubes hanging on the headphones. I do still want to add a battery, actually. Battery pack. I think that would be good. Cool. Yeah, this shelving unit has just looked super empty the whole time. I also think it's too small, but we're kind of past the point of being able to tweak that. I might take feathers off the list. I think that's going to be kind of lost detail. Yeah, let's go for the kettle. So I just want to do like a little doll's house style kettle, like a little iron thing with like a little thing and a handle. Wow, that kind of looks like a chicken actually. But that's what we're going for. So, might as well use the toolkit, generate a UV sphere. It could be a nice spy book. Radius here is going to be like 0.02. U max wants to be all the way up. V min. Bring this one up a little bit. Something like that. Where's Suzanne? Like a where's Wally? Not sure what the best way to do. Just want to thank you. Oh, that's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming by, man. Right, this wants to be... Let's just add another one actually. So we have two UV spheres. One of these is going to be transformed onto like this position right here. So translation, and I will also just, there's no rotation, never mind. Net crack time. Let's just rotate it manually in that case, and we can scale it up a little bit in the z-axis. So Jesus, move our radius down a little bit less than that. And this needs a little cylinder, I think, as well. Let's go for 90. Do you know what? Let's get rid of that. Let's view this. Mesh cylinder. Radius of 0.003. Depth of like less. And then we're going to use an align mesh by mesh. How about a tiny hub? I don't know. Like, what kind of instruments could they play? Like a little, oh, you know, you get like the cigar, or is it a cigar tin banjo? Like the cigar box banjos? To do one that's like a matchbook banjo or something like that. That'd be pretty funny. Copying the translation from the mouse, yeah. Handy handy. Join these two together. There we go. You made the questionable decision to make the current entry in the world shader with custom path tracing. Godspeed, my child. Right, let's do that. Let's paste cursor location. We can now rotate it this way. What a weird kettle. And then I just need like a little handle, right? Oh, I also need bottle cap banjo. Do you know, that's actually a really good idea, and we have a bottle cap already. Like a lollipop and a bottle cap, and like a lollipop stick, and some wire. And I literally made a node yesterday that makes wires. I think I'm going to go with the bottle cap banjo. That's so good. Oh, actually, maybe instead of a like a metal one, maybe we can use like a plastic one, like a Coke lid. Not one of those screw caps. That'd be funny. Okay. Before this and before this is my target. I want an icosphere. This is my geometry. Plug this one in here. And we want two subdivisions and this to be teeny tiny. There we go. You could make a xylophone made from an old music box player. Oh, like an old That would be pretty funny, actually. There's so many things that you could put in, and it's like, oh, that would be so good. And then it's like, I've got to make this with nodes. So I am definitely taking some sneaking up to 20. If you can come up with 4 ideas, then we will be right back there. Set this up a little bit bigger. There we go. Bendy draw saxophone. That would be, or even like oh, how would you do like a trombone, like a slide? Yeah. Right, let's do. Just like a doll, or like a, oh, it's like a voodoo doll of their human. Let's grab a Bezier segment. Should do us. No, let's just use a grid. Probably easiest. Let's jump this in here. Transform. Rotate. 90 degrees. Gonna make it little. Oh, you can use a paperclip as the base of the trombone. True. Right, I want to make the top of these scaled up, and then I want to delete the bottom edge. And then we can we subdivide it, turn it into a curve, and that'll be fine. So we need a set position. Yeah. Robin. I've never even heard of that. Throwing axe stuck in a wine cork target. The throwing axe would just be like a surgical scalpel. Geometry, subposition. We need to scale up the top 2 points. So this is going to be, just do it like this. Oops, that's not a separate. Jump it this way. We're going to grab a compare floats on the Z. Getting a bit twisted there. 0 point greater than 0 point 0.03. Is that right? Yeah. And then we can just go vector math, multiply 2, 1, 1. Nice. And then a geometry, delete geometry. And we're just going to delete an edge, which is going to be index. It's only going to have one index, that's nice and easy for us. So equals a certain number. Let's set the epsilon to like 0.5. That makes it really easy for us. There we go, number 2. And then mesh to curve. Spline type to Bezier. And we should do a miniature set like this for the Christmas collab. We could do, well, because we're doing this game jam thing, I was thinking that that could be part of the Christmas collab. So it'll be more like spatial, right? But maybe if we have a couple of teams doing it, I don't know how many people are going to be interested in doing it. There will be prizes, going to give away some Blender socks and a few other things. So yeah, doing something like a miniature scene would actually be pretty cool. And it would just give you, it gives people a theme to work to, and then they can just model whatever they want. Ultimately, someone, probably maybe me, is going to be processing all of the things into the engine that we use. So definitely need to give people something to aim for, which is a bit... I don't know, I don't really want to give people rules, but obviously I don't want to have loads of work having to process people's stuff. Oh, that works surprisingly well. Let's move these down, and then that's probably way too big, so I'm just going to scale it a little bit. 0.8. Sign up for the game jam, nice. Make sure you're on the Discord because we're going to be running it there. Christmas collab, we did a Christmas card last year. You can actually find it on my Gumroad. If I can even remember what my Gumroad is. Oh yeah, well, that's just my name. So we did a Christmas card last year, and we just got loads of people to, basically everybody sent in some cool stuff, some whatever they could have made it themselves, or not everybody had to make it themselves, right? But it didn't necessarily need to be made specifically for the Christmas collab. So this is what we made last year, and I basically just made a render out of everybody's work. But I really want this year to do an actual game jam where everybody makes a thing, because if we manage to find something, I need to look for another one that was so I can't remember the name of it. Is it Sansar? But I need to find a different one basically, because I want it to run on Mac as well, because obviously we've got quite a lot of Mac people who are going to want to be able to jump in, and like I want to be able to have them, like, because if we have a social platform, then it means that when it's finished, or like as a work in progress even, people can go in or like show their friends the space that we're all making together, rather than it just being a render. Like we can still do a render, but I think it would just be really cool if we could all like go into the space, you know. So that's the goal for this year. So it's going to be like an actual game jam this time. Mesh, curve to mesh, and I'm just going to use a quadrilateral, and that's going to be fine. Your little ornament below the tree. Yeah, yours is that. Quackles, of course, did a miniature thing with some little elves. We have Dre's with his logo on the mugs. Okay, I will, we can just switch up the light number or the light spacing. Can have a look at that. 0.002 maybe? Definitely a bit narrower than that. There we go. I guess it wants to be obviously visible, but not maybe that big. Nice. All right. Matte, smooth, set shade smooth, and we're going to go with our color. Let's go with our pink comb plastic actually. Mozilla hubs. Let me check that. Virtual spaces, interesting. Does it work for, are you able to build out a 3D space? Like actually, you know, curate a 3D environment? Because that's what the goal is really, is to make a space that people can hang out together in. Kind of like a social thing. Why is this not materialed? Have I not joined it together right? No, I have not. Right, let's come over here. These are actually only joining here. There we go. Awesome. Control J. Cattle. Oh, we need a handle on the lid as well. Let's just chuck on an icosphere. Runs in the browser. Awesome. Let's. I've got that open in a new tab, so I'll definitely have a look at that later. I don't want too many limitations though, because I know a lot of people are not used to making games and things, so I don't really want it to have sort of mobile gaming limitations. I'd rather it to be kind of desktop limitations. But yeah, I would definitely check that. So this is our target. Let's grab another icosphere as our geometry. Join this into this one. And we're going for... That is correct, isn't it? Oh, maybe it's just being a bit weird. 0.005. Oh, that's just me being dumb. There we go. Very limited in vertex counts and texture sizes though. That might be a bit of an issue, because basically if it's too limited, then it's going to be down to me to be optimizing everybody's files. And I'm not going to be able to do it full time like I have been this month. Gotta make money, gotta get a job. And I think because I basically told loads of people like, oh, can't employ me during November because I'm going to be busy. So just like hold fire and I'll do it in December. So I think I've got like a little bit of a queue, which is nice, but also not nice. Like I want to just do my own thing. Alright, put a 3D cursor there. Grab a transform node. It has been really nice. It feels like a holiday though this month. Just like hanging out and making stuff. Erin just realised something now. Hey. 0.11, what did you realise? 0.15? That we can make a face with a line and a convex hull. You can. Move this back down. What's my job? I'm a 3D artist. Don't know if you can tell. Yeah, freelance. I don't really want to work with studios anymore. Like, I don't want to work in a studio anymore, because it's. I want the freedom to do my own thing. Have you eaten a nourishing meal recently? I ate just before. I had dinner just before the stream. Thanks, Rathberg. Getting there. Very steadily. Oh, that was not what I meant to do. 0.6. November is a job. If I could just make art all the time, I would be so happy. That would just be like everything. And hopefully in like 12 months time, that's the position I'll be in. It's just depending on whether or not I can like get to a position where I'm turning enough money from courses and YouTube and sponsorships and things like that, and Patreon. So if you wanna see more content like this, then links to my Patreon down below. There we go. Right, let's have a look at turning down some of these lights, reducing the instances. Turn them on. Wait for it to load. There we go. Let's find my fairy lights. That's the headphones. These are the fairy lights. Now there should be, here it is. This is our spacing. I set this up to like 0.3. That's going to be way too few. Yeah, that looks like ass. 0.2. I don't feel like that looks like enough. I feel like it needs all of them. Like, you're not gonna get a good look at all of the detail from a single render anyway. There's going to be loads of different renders, or I don't know, like 5 renders or something. I think it wants to look chaotic. Like, that's what I'm going for. You want to support me, but you're a piss poor student. That is absolutely fine. I don't want anybody to put themselves out just for the sake of me making a bit more money. Like, I do all right, but certainly, I don't know. I think at the moment, like 40% of my money comes from freelance. So I'm definitely on like the winning side of it, because obviously when I started, it was like 100% from freelance. So I'm moving stuff towards. I'm moving towards the right direction. The shades are too big. Let's go for 2. Oh, maybe you're right. So now they're a little bit littler. Oh, you mean literally the shades? Ah, they're matching. They match the ones that I've got. Let me make them a bit smaller then. That's the, wait, what am I looking for? That's the kitchen cabinet. Are these the fairy lights? No, that's the Christmas cone. Where are my fairy lights? This cable. There it is. The Blender Foundation and Khan Academy. True. Khan Academy does a lot of amazing work for a lot of people. Right, so this is the cone, subdivide, set position, subdivision surface, and join. So, if we transform just the cone, then we can go down to like 0.8 or something. And we'll see if this breaks. Make sure I'm saving. What part or parts of November is this? Well, it started off as tiny. And now I'm just doing it instead of all of the last section. So this is like all of my scale ones is this one. Let's set these to 0.8. And that should drop the shades a little. Maybe 0.9. They're way oversaturated. Yeah, they're not really interacting with light properly as well because they're 2D. Like, they're just surfaces. But then are they even that oversaturated? Don't they want to be a pop of colour? I feel like when I look at Christmas trees, they're really vibrant. Oh yeah, maybe they are too. It's certainly the blue is getting like absolutely crushed, isn't it? Alright, let's have a look at our light colours. Fairy lights, there we go. Let's just stick on a hue saturation node afterwards. Colour, hue, not gamma. Hue saturation. So it's like 0.5 is definitely too much. 0.7. I'm not sure. Maybe I quite like the stylistic thing. Maybe I just reduce that blue one because I've noticed that one's being a little bit tricky with the renderer. Like, it just blows out as like 100% blue light. And the green as well. Maybe actually just RGB in general is like absolutely smashing that. Like, because it's like 500 strength emission. There is a lot of red. And also these little like the proper light bulbs. they're casting like black body 100 and sorry, like 1500 Kelvin, so they're super red as well. It's just there we go. I'm gonna go with this for now. Let's see. That kettle looks so bad. I want to get rid of a few things on this list. So we're going to jump in with some plates on the table. The bottle cap banjo, that's like an actual thing. So let's make that, because we might be able to cover up some stuff with that. If you made the banjo with a metal salt shaker cap, you'd even have the sound holes, like those little cafe ones. Let me have a look. Salt shaker. Oh yeah, they are quite chunky. Actually, here's a slim one. That might work. I need to do it in a way which I can just delete faces rather than which I can do actually, because I can use an icosphere with a and just delete some faces. I just don't want to use I don't want to use booleans. Yeah, the whole thing is geometry nodes. But you can tell there's like a few nodes. Right. Maybe the banjo can go in the room as well, in like the bedroom area, because I've been feeling that that's a little bit empty. So let's find a bit of space. Let's go up here. Oh, there's loads of space. We need an icosphere. I wonder if there's a pattern to the indexing on the faces, because that could give me a nice shape, nice and easy. Let's hide that. Yeah, the nodes. Let's go 5. See you later, Riaz. No, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for coming, as always. What am I doing? I'm making a mouse house. Right now I'm making a banjo for a mouse made of a salt shaker and a lollipop stick. Let's try and delete faces by index. Let's see how well this is going to work. Delete geometry. Yeah, the blue, like true blue lights. I literally can't focus on them. It's really weird. It's like they're permanently out of focus for me. Try to think of something to use for tuning pegs. You think of tuning pegs. Now I'm going to carry on here. Hey, Ali, how's it going? It's been a little while. Enjoying the Mushroom Geonodes course. Thank you. A bango. Right, let's set this to modulo. And we're just gonna... We might have to do like a couple of modulos. I don't really know what the deal is with... There's a chance you'll fall asleep soon. No worries. Good night if you do. Let's use compare floats on here. Greater than... Oh wait, no, equal to 0. That's fine. Let's mute this first one. Alright, 10, not good. I just want like a nice pattern of holes. Ooh. Every time I think it's going to line up and make a pattern, I look somewhere else and it's... Oh, is that the one? Still pretty bad. But life is weird without Blender. Well, it's going to be back on this 6th of January, right? Oh god, that was everything to desktop. Yeah, sorry, not January. 6th of December. We're going to have pegs from a cribbage game. That is such a like vague reference. Does anybody even play cribbage anymore? But that's a good shout. I'm going to use it. So thank you. Something like this. It's fine. I'm like going way too far trying to make this like work perfectly, and it's going to be less than a pixel. So let's also just do a utility boolean math. We're going to grab a mask sphere. Why does it look random sometimes? Because I'm coming in and out of phase with how the indices are working, and I couldn't quite find the pattern, so doing it so I'm just, yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know what the indexing pattern is, so I was just guessing. Just trying stuff. That's kind of how I generally work. Let's do these. Where is there and in there? Let's move this up to whatever position this is. Paste cursor location. And let's go for a small radius. Alright. Shaker holes are done. Now I just need to actually work out how to make this the top of a shaker shape. I kind of need to scale it down in the Z, different amounts based on its Z position. So we can grab an input position node vector, separate x, y, z, map range on the Z, because this is going to be our control. And we only need to really go from like down here, what's this, 0.04, minus 0.04, up to 0.1. That's going to be our 0 to 1. And then utilities, float curve. There we go, into the value. Somebody had a bit of a problem with this yesterday on Discord. They had a problem where it's like, oh, it doesn't seem to be doing anything. You've got to make sure that you're not plugging into the factor, you're plugging into the value. Now I can combine this back, so we're going to grab a vector, combine x, y, z. This is going to be our z. X and y are going to be 1, so that we don't break anything else. Vector math. Multiply. And then we can use this on a set position. Cool, cool, cool. Right then. Maybe I need to subtract 0.5 as well. Alright. And then also multiply by 2. Alright, so now I actually have the control that I want on here. Top needs to come down, bottom needs to go back up. Trying to get that profile on the top, just so it looks a bit more kind of interesting when we because we're just going to cut the bottom off and then straighten out the bottom edge. That's probably pretty close actually. Let's go with that. Grab another delete geometry over here, which we can use the selection normals, masks selection normals, where it is inside our minus Z facing. A little bit more deviation. Something like that, and I'll just scale everything below a certain value to the same place. Set position. For all of these, we can take our position, multiply by... Actually, multiply add so that we can set it down to a specific place. You're hoping someone puts out a video discussing the uses for each geometry node. There is a guy who's doing that, actually. He keeps tagging everybody on Twitter, which people are pretty... People were getting annoyed at last time. If you search every node, it's Hey Pictures. Let me just drop his link in the chat there. So yeah, he's been doing that, like, every node explained thing. For for geometry nodes. But I feel like he's going to be running into trouble because a lot of the nodes have like come out or changed since he started doing that series. I was thinking of doing one of those, but then it's like they change every couple of weeks. Compare floats on the Z. Just need a Z mask here. Z into less than into our selection. Just need to grab this very fiddly 0.028. There we go. And now we can move this down, minus 0.027, maybe a little bit further. What's the time at the moment? Oh, it's not even that late. Cool, salt shaker lid. Done. Hopefully that's good enough for you all. Right, how are we gonna stick, what's the neck gonna be made out of? I was gonna do it out of a pop, like a lolly stick, popsicle stick. But I'm not sure how to actually attach it to the body of the banjo. And yeah, and then we need to add our cribbage pegs at the top. Maybe it can just be a 2-string. Yeah, it's going to be a 2-string. Let's come over here. And we can add a yeah, we'll just do it with a lolly stick. That'll be fine. So let's add a grid, or maybe a cube. Here we go. It's going to be pretty thin, 0.0001. Let's make sure it's all in the right place. So because of the weird scale we're working to, it's actually a little bit bigger. Something like that should be fine. Gonna move this down. Something like this. Do I have a pencil made? I think I do. Yeah, I think I do. No, I definitely do, because we've got it to the we've got it stuck on the chair. We have a stool made of it. Yo, Titans, how's it going? Let's grab a few more Y subdivisions. And then subdivide, mesh, subdivision surface. That's kind of like a lolly stick. A guitar luthier just fainted. Sticking it all together with gum. We've actually already made a piece of gum. Maybe we could just use something similar. Maybe let's make this a little bit bigger, 0.05. Gotta get that thickness up. That can be the fingerboard. Maybe we stick a pencil up the back of it. Let's go find our pencil. It's in the stool, which is here. We are interested in this one. There we go. Control Shift. Oh, I keep trying to zoom out more and I just don't have anywhere to go. Right. Click on this. Yes. It is so much better to just start than trying to find someone else who's done something similar. Because the thing is, the problem, what you don't know isn't how to make armor. It's going to be some really specific problem that you run into, not like the general overwhelming thing. Like you already know 90% of what you need. So it's just gotta do it. Just do it. Right, let's join this one in. Where did this pencil go? Oh. There we go. Use that Suzanne stamp to armor decoration. It's a good trick doing the normal transfer like that. Oh, okay, this is huge. Depth 2. Whoa, no. 0.2. Gotta make this bigger than we know. This is more like a crayon. Never mind. Go with -90. Gonna go up in the Y. Gonna make this a little bit longer. The Suzanne stamp, do you want to have a look? I think you'll like this. You can find the original actual just stamp on its own. Oh, do we have? Oh, we don't have it plugged in. Let me grab the normals as well, because we gotta bring the normals across. And they are here. How freaking cool is that? We've got a stamp with a pretty much flat Suzanne on it, but we're copying the normals, or we're transferring the normals before she gets flattened. So we can do all sorts of weird things, like, yeah, stealing the normals before, and then you just output them, and I've just used them directly in the shader, plug it straight into the normal of the principal shader, and then you're done. Just do it, Erindale 2021. You should put that print on a t-shirt. I would do if Shia LaBeouf would not, and Nike wouldn't sue me. Well, Suzanne is just the mesh primitive. The crown I made with geometry nodes, but the actual like outputting the flat thing and transferring the normals, that we all did with just like nice and easy. Right, where are we? Oh. Let's come in here, right, 0.5. This is huge. Let's make it a bit smaller. That's a very good guess. 4660. Let's make this a little bit taller. There we go. Need to move the Need to move this up a little bit. Just try to do it. Yeah. Just try it. It's going to be my new motto. As soon as we can actually write to the normal channel, rather than having to, like, not, it's going to open so many doors for people, especially the NPR community. It's going to be huge. It's going to be so good. Right, got to get this fingerboard on here. And really I need this to be tilted, right? That's the wrong axis. Luca Rude reassured me that Suzanne counts as a primitive. Nice. Awesome. That's just like such a weird thing to be asking as well. Because just the idea that you're going to be working with Suzanne, especially if you're doing like shaders and stuff. I guess for ray marching, maybe you can get away with it because you're not really using Suzanne. Or geometry nodes as well, like you're not really using Suzanne. Like if I look at my original base object, it is a Suzanne. There we go. Oops. Try and get this lined up somewhat. It's so much easier making stuff. Even still, it is quite small, but at least I can now actually use sliders to make stuff here. Luca Road. This is true, but fight me. I swear I'm not ever going to be able to correct the way that I pronounce it. I thought he was joking in his name when he said, like, oh, by the way, it's not pronounced like this. Where do they pronounce double O as like an O sound? So funny. So funny, but also like really disrespectful of me. So. Right. Let's get those cribbage pins or pegs or whatever they're called in. These are going to be, I think, fairly easy to make. We're just going to use cylinders and compress one end. So let's grab one of these. I'm going to make them real tiny. No till it crashes, that's the way. Right, double the length of these, and I need flip it around and put the tuning pegs into the eraser. Well, I was going to put them like vertically, because instead of sideways, I'm going to put them sticking out the front like a shamisen. How very road of you. See what I did there? Yeah, also because I haven't modelled an eraser, so that would be just like extra work. Just a tapered cylinder. Let me just grab the bottom of this then. Geometry set position. And we're going to just grab everything which is Z, negative Z, position, vector separate, compare float, Z less than 0, that's fine. So our selection. And then we're going to grab input, position, no, we've already got one. Just going to grab a vector math on the position, set it to multiply. And we're going 1, 1, 1, and then let's just bring these down. 0.5, there we go. Cool. Let's make these a bit lower res as well, just so we're not wasting any memory. Not that we've worried about that anywhere else. And then I'm just going to stick 2 of these in, just at the top here. Can you use your fall off for that? How do you mean, like the curve? I'm just making a banjo just to go in the thing where you suggested the banjo. Right, I'm just going to stick like one coming out here and one coming out there. So let's do that. Right, easiest way is with a couple of generator vertices. Paste cursor. Grab one on the other side. Paste cursor. Join these two together. Instance on points. Make a miniature of my miniature. Yeah, like make one for fleas. Make a flea house. Instance. If you make a little doll's house to go in my doll's house, that would be really great. Let's join these two together. And view the output. Ooh, I see. Gonna need to move some things up a little bit here. Oh, that's definitely not what I meant to do. Let's align mesh by mesh. The entire scene. As soon as you get into it, it's like, oh, I want to make everything like childish and playful like this. I feel like you can get away with making just so many really interesting things. And also just like the animation styles. Like you've shown me loads of really cool stop motion before. And it's like that is so easy to get excited about. As a viewer, I would not like to be a stop motion artist. I think that would be torture. Yeah, as soon as you get into that way of thinking as well, as like looking at stuff and thinking like, oh, what could this be? You just start, it like totally changes how you see things. It's like when you start getting into textures and then you go outside and you're like, well, I know how to make these. Let me increase the scale a little bit, and I need to do my rotation based on the index. So just 0 and 1. So I can just do this with a switch, vector, this is my rotation. We're going, oops, in the, they want to, I guess, be a little bit random anyway, but something kind of like this, maybe. Have you seen Tiny cooking? It's so funny. Look up this Pez guy on YouTube. He misuses all kind of small things for something else. Right, we need to do some fake wire. Should probably put something across the bottom here. For a bridge. Maybe I won't bother. To be honest, where are people going? They're going to be looking at it like this small. So I'm glad I'm streaming this because it's like all the people on the stream get to see all of the detail that nobody's ever going to see when they actually look at the renders. Right, a couple of wires. So just a couple of line segments. That's probably best. Stagger them. Alright, let's put one maybe here. Cursor. Oh, this one. And this one maybe goes up here. There we go. Cable time. Geometry, curve. Let's go for curve line. And we're going to go from one of these pegs to the end over here. So let's actually start over here. And I'll just grab another one separately. And then this one is going to be joining up here. And this one's going to join up over here. There we go. Right, join these two. Curve to mesh. Curve primitive circle. Let's drop these to 3. 0.01. We can set some materials on these as well now. So material, set material. This one can be copper, because they've probably just stolen these out of some cables. And then the actual pencil needs to be pencil material. I don't even think I've got one. There we go. There's only one prompt left. Have you done all of them, Alex? That's sick if you have. Join this up. That's a problem. Definitely need a little block at the end. Let's just grab a cube and I'll plug this in here. Transform. Oops. So next is going to come in nice and narrow, but a bit wider than the neck. Y should come in super narrow. It should go maybe here. There we go. 0.01. It's definitely more of like a shamisen than a banjo, but that's probably fine. Let's grab our cables. Cursor location, not that one. That one. This one comes over here. Oops. There we go. 0.02. Oh my god, it's gorgeous. Just need some more materiality. Right, let's split this up a little bit better. Got our pegs, fingerboard, and bridge. They're going to be a bit too domed. I don't know. Well, maybe. Yeah, actually, it definitely is there, isn't it? Let's bring it down slightly. There we go. Let's give it a metal material. This one's going to be chrome. See if we can find where that one is. Set position. Delete. Set position. Okay. That's that one. These are all wood except from the pencil, which needs its own material. And this is the pencil, isn't it? Cool. These ones are the light wood. Join in, and join in. Cool. Steel banjo, that's right. It's only a 2-string, but I guess, you know, mice don't have many fingers. Oh, jeez. Shoulders are getting a bit crunchy. So one of the things about the standing desk is because you don't support your arms, it's kind of all reliant on having muscle, which I don't have. I'm just not built properly. There we go. Right. Don't have a single pencil material anywhere, so we're going to need to add a new one of these. Yeah, interesting. Hopefully, because we can just do that based on the cylinder, so hopefully we should be able to handle things with all of our pencils and just work on the UVs. So, oh wait, now I do have a pencil material. Okay, that was my bad. I did not realise I had one. Pencil, good. Crunchy. It is what they are. It's like they're full of breakfast cereal. That's how they feel. This is our banjolele. And we just want to join this one up to our ever-growing output. Now the scene needs a rocking chair and a front porch. True. Maybe next year I do an extension, or like the rest of the estate. Alright, let's grab a transform node on here. And I want this to sit at the back of the bed area, like under here, next to the ladder, I think. Paste cursor location. This needs to be way smaller. The table might not be high enough, maybe. True. But it was all lost and found stuff, so I think it's actually too big for a thimble, for a bobbin, like a normal one, but these, I want to go this way. This looks so good. Needs to be even smaller. Let's bring it up a little bit. Oh, do you know what? Maybe I should. Yeah. Let's use an align mesh by mesh rather than doing this, because I can just put a vertex in the corner where I think I want the limit, just based on a cursor location. I can use this as my target, and it needs to be max Y but min X and Z. There we go. Stick that in there. And now should just be able to stick a point down here. Something like that. I mean, I say all that, but where is it? Oh, it's because it needs to be in the Y here. There we go. Right. So 0.25, about right. And we're going for 80 in the up direction. And I want to rotate it sideways as well here. And maybe rotate a little bit in the Z. You should do that. You should do that. Let's get our Y pushed back a little bit better, And we can move it left slightly. Let's keep going left here. Actually, maybe we use another. It's coming up. Where is this? X minus 0.17. Ah, that's close enough. Good stuff. Long hair and Chelsea boots, exactly. Nice. I love that it's practically invisible. A lot of this stuff is going to be entirely reliant on us doing additional renders, which is fine. I'm happy to do lots of renders. Oh, sorry if you don't like crunches. Where are we going next? So the bottle cap banjo is done. I want to add a battery pack. How can you use that with huge? Huge just means relatively large. Why don't you do something at like tiny scale, but then do something huge compared to it, like a shoe next to an ant? Because then you can use depth of field, and it's like, or some interesting like forced perspective or something. Got to add stuff onto these shelves. Hugh Jackman. Huge action. Let's find another. Let's make a battery pack, and we can just like run some wires across the front, so it's obvious. You're making ice pipe, but basically, I do want this one to be a specific shape, so I'm going to use the gross way of making shapes, which is not very clean, using extruded curves. Go to solid. Just view the output of this. Right, battery is pretty short. We need a quadrilateral. Curve to mesh on that quadrilateral with a curve fillet. And this is going to be like 0.04 by 0.02 or something. The radius of 0.005. Always wanted to do ring world. Ah. Okay, something like that. It's fairly battery-ish. And then I also need to... Oh wait, no, I can just fill caps. Awesome. And then we need to do a bevel around top and bottom so that this looks right. So let's grab a delete geometry. Edges. Where the position should just be able to do it this way. Because it's going to take the average of the vector. Oh no, that's bad. In that case, separate x, y, z. There we go. Equals 0.25. Oh, sorry. 0.025. There we go. Now we just have tops and bottoms. Mesh to curve, curve to mesh. Profile curve can just be a low res circle. Something like this. Let's jump that in there. Could be like 5mm. Join those together. And then I need some terminals as well, so that's going to be just a... The terminals on these batteries are weird, so I'm just going to pretend that they're not and do them both the same. Oh, actually, no, I don't have to do that. I think it's probably an easy way for me to do it. So if I go curve primitive, circle curve with a radius of 0.002, and then curve to mesh with a quadrilateral, and then join this one in. This needs to be aligned as well to the top. Align. I should really add this one to my quick favorites because I use it all the time. Align mesh by mesh. This one is going to go align to the top of the target. Rectangle here is going to be tiny. Something like that. So that's alright for one, although I should probably tilt it. Set curve tilt, just so it tapers a little bit. Maybe it tapers the other way. Maybe it doesn't taper. I don't even know actually. And the other one is going to be basically the same, but it's going to also have a ring at the top. The pipes node would make an easy Eiffel Tower. I think it probably would actually. You just got to make a general shape, like make your thing, triangulate it, and then you just stick your pipes node on it. The pipes are fun because it lets you do like the barest minimum, and then it's like, oh, all of these edges, these can be meshes. Yeah, it's a good tool. Right. Let's grab another one of these. This one could be a little bit littler. And top of that. There we go. And actually we can just transform this one, be a little bit bigger. There we go. The big terminal is a hexagon. I had no idea. Wait, so there's a circle and a hexagon, is there? Right, that's fortunately this is very easy for us to change. Oops. Let's stick this on here. This one could be therefore 6-sided. And maybe this one is 12. You're not really going to notice the bottom bit, so I'm going to use the same for both, and we can just make the top hexagonal as we just did. This can go here. So one wants to go left and one wants to go right. Stick that one in. Stick that one in. And there we go. We've got a good enough battery. Probably. There we go. Cool. So we've got one battery here. Let's make most of it metal. really everything but the original section. Material, set material. And this one can become a chrome. And then the other one is going to be a special battery material, which we'll have to make, which is this one. Maybe I'll just make it a bit darker for now. Turn down the roughness, that'll do. Battery. Join these two together. There we go. Right, that's our main battery. Like that. And then I guess I need another one which actually has the like a terminal cover thing on it, which is going to be plugged into some cables which run across the floor in front of the camera and disappear behind the tree, or the pine cone. So let's also make a little patch. Should be quite easy to do. It's just going to be a cube basically. Hey Sahel, how's it going? Bring this in. Just bigger. And bring it in that direction as well. What? There we go. And a little bit in the Z-axis. Is this of a 9-volt battery? Do you know what we've got? The 4 size node. So the maximum size that should be 26 mil, not including. Okay, well, we've got it including the things. That's probably fine. Right. Do you know what? That's actually pretty close. 0.02, and it should be. Oh wait, no, sorry. It's me being dumb. 0.045-ish is about right. Brett, thanks so much for dropping by. Hope you've had fun. So widthways, I've got mine. Oh, mine's about 30 actually, instead of 26. And front to back, we're about 18 instead of 17. That's a pretty good guess. I'll take that. So let's add this terminal cover thing. Align mesh by mesh. This one's going to go up here. It's going to be target. There we go. Centered. A little bit narrower. Something like that, and then we can just subdivide this. About right. And let's make it a bit narrower as well. There we go. Yeah, no one's going to be looking in that much detail. I hope. If I was doing this like traditional modeling, then I would absolutely change that because it would be easy. But going in and just like tweaking sliders, gets so kind of monotonous. Oh, my shoulders. Right. I want to get these into position. Load up the house. Get these joined in somewhere like that. Let's maybe give this a bit of a brighter colour. Green, of course, the one power consumption in the room. And we can have one on its side on top of these with the terminals. And then the other one can like stand up on top of the the whole thing. Where am I looking? Transform. Paste. That looks tiny in there. Blendco. It looks really small. Is that really right sized? I mean, the whole house is pretty approximate. There's so many just like random sizes. I think I'm going to make it a bit bigger. Maybe not that big. The patience for the backseat modelling. No, I love it. I love it. I could not make this on my own. I just don't have the brain power to like come up. Like, I'm not creative enough to come up with all of the ideas that you're all able to come up with. You know, even if everybody can only come up with one idea, across these 5 streams, we've had like, I don't know, probably 1,000 people come through. So that's so much like fodder for coming up with new ideas. It's great. Let's move this up a little bit. Oh, I'd really love a gizmo. I want to just do this in the viewport. It's coming down now. Might just move it back a little bit actually. I don't want it out of camera. 0.01, minus 0.1, 2, 1, 1. There we go. Something like that. And the other battery can just like hang out on top. Which I need to plug in. It's this one. Join it up. Let's reset that rotation. I guess I need to spin it. It really needs to be leaning against the wall, doesn't it? So, oh, these gimbals, eh? There we go. Oh, that's pretty close. Maybe 50. Making such ridiculously small changes at this point. It's like, do you want 1 degree or 1.8 degrees? 035 through. Yeah, that'll do. And then we can move it back forwards in the y direction. Minus 0.14. Not that much. Minus 0.125. And there we go. That's one that they have spare. One which is lying down. Now we just need to add some cable. Which is going to be 2 going into 1. Kurt, how did he? I'm actually really bad at watching other people's content. Probably shouldn't admit that. I ought to get better at keeping tabs on everyone. It's just that like people are so prolific at putting out content. Is this his by Jan 6 release or 9? I know we had a few conversations about like triplanar mapping and stuff like that. He's good. I really love Kurt. He's such a nice person. Let's get some wires going. And now I'll just make these kind of a part of the battery. Do them underneath. So, curve primitive. I'm so glad they added the noodle dimming. This would be just impossible without that. Quadratic. No, Bezier segment. I need 2 which have the same start and end points. So start here, paste cursor location, paste cursor location. The lead is usually red and black. Interesting. Do I know how light works in different scales? I know that the field of view and the focal length and the f-stop really want you to work in the real world scale if you're using camera settings. And I've always been told and told people that you should work at real world because light simulates properly with cycles at real world scale. I would assume that fall off, because if you're very, very close, I would have thought thing like light wouldn't have fallen off so much, but then you would be using dimmer lights because you've got fewer things and fewer distance. So maybe it actually works out the same. Obviously, if you have simulation, then it's going to be different. How about stuff on sale? Oh, that's cool. Oh, awesome. Did I know Grant Abbott was talking about doing some stuff. I should have actually checked if he ever made a video. Grant Abbott. Oh, I just saw the thumbnail for this video as well. I don't know if Grant would have mentioned mine. They're so kind of to one side, like they're so niche what I do. Yeah, I don't think he did. That's fair. Just having a look through his video. Oh, he did the master procedural texturing one. That's he mentioned that one, which was good. We got him a link to the, like a special discount link for the Futurely course as well, but I don't think he used it, which is fine. Anyway, yeah, his audience might, like Grant Abbott's audience, probably wouldn't really care about a Sverchok course, like parametric, like advanced parametric design, which is fair enough. Let's put this and handles. Want to be just down here. Paste and paste, and then we're just going to go curve to mesh, just so I can have a look. Because I'm trying to keep off the wireframe, just because it's an extra layer to load, and it's so busy. Let's grab another join geometry. Join this one up. I'll have to have a look at Kurt's video later. Bezier segment. Let's get into 3.01. There we go. And we are going to put the end of the start handle there. And the other one there. That's about right. Radius 0.015. That's fine for that one. And then I need another Bezier segment with almost identical settings, except a very slightly offset start handle position. And maybe start handle. There we go. They go to the same place, which is fine. And then I need another Bezier segment, which is a bit bigger. Oh my god. I don't know if that was a wasp. It's very lucky if it is a wasp, because it came in just before we had an insane frost, which would have probably killed it. Right, let's grab. Let's actually curve trim just at the point where these clip. That's probably a good thing to do. There we go. Something like that. And then we can set that point as the start, around there anyway, as the start location for the next one with a slightly bigger sleeve. And we can just have that meandering across the floor. Yeah. So curve segment, let's set here a wasp in November. Yeah, you're right, actually, that would be a weird timing to have a wasp. It was just the way it was hovering. Wasps have a way of like going for my face in a way that I don't think flies do. You know, like they really want to take my teeth for their nest. Stranger things happen in Britain. I mean, it has actually been kind of weird weather this year. It's felt really like winter's just not really come properly, and then like sometimes it'll be really bad, and then it'll get like in the last few days it's been really bad and wintry, but then I don't know, before that it just wasn't really anything. Alright, let's grab the end and let's stick it over here. Just go down there, paste the cursor location, and we'll stick the end handle here. Right, that's pretty good, but I want to randomize these points. So, resample curve. And then I gotta move some points just to get it all like in position. Geometry, set position. Gotta be doing it with really this one here. So input position. Vector math. Distance. November's been pretty hot compared to October, yeah. -18, yeah, to be fair, for you, up in like, you're not quite in Lapland, but you're very far north. For you, it must be such a sudden like drop off the cliff when it gets cold. Vector math, map range, and then we can use this to push things around with a scale and a vector. Scale in here, and then this goes into our offset because we're just moving it a little bit. Oh, that's not right. This one. A. Oh, I see, because this is back to front. My bad. 0.15, there we go. And I'm going to come forward a little bit. Oops, that's much too much. Minus 0.1. Went from -5 to -18 in a day. My God. You have so much more patience for cold weather than we do in the UK. I mean, to be fair, you do have a lot more of it. Point. West coast of NA. Where's NA? Oh, North America. So not cold, but drowned. 0.04. There we go, something like that. Let's get a few more points on the go. Actually, let's not do that. Let's go up to like 12 points. And then we can randomize the position a little bit. So let's just do that here. Scale, add. A position, which we're going to scale by a similar distance thing. This time it's going to be a random vector. Right. Going to be using just this, like this vector. The node tree is really starting to slow down, like plugging stuff together and doing stuff like that. 0.25. Maybe I should do it based on the curve parameter, because then I can like make it just in the middle. Let's do that. So that's going to be my scale. We're just going to grab a curve parameter. Ah, really? Wait, have you had really bad flooding? I'm actually completely out of the loop. Is there... Yeah, have you had a bad time up in the northwest? Utilities. Let's just use color ramp because I'm lazy. There we go. Not really. Damn. Well, I hope you're all alright. I had no idea. Let's make this. It's crazy, isn't it? Like at the moment, every single year, it's like, oh, the worst flooding on record, or it's like, I swear this never used to be the way. Like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I swear it was just like, it was just like never anything like this. Crazy how it's just like suddenly come on. Well, I guess we've been warned about it forever, but then, yeah, just, I don't know, just suddenly seems to have really hit a kind of tipping point. Set curve type. Let's go for the old handle trick here. Set spline type to Bezier, and then set handles to aligned. Or auto. There we go. Should be a little bit narrower. Let's get this being... Oh, I need to make that more aligned, don't I? First one. Ah, bless me. Right, 0.18, something like that. Just trying to get this following the cable a little bit better. Oh. That'll do us. Battery pack, done. Probably not going to do the plaster coming through the light coming through the back. I think that's going to be tricky. Okay, oh my god, we're nearly down to single figures on our list. How crazy is that? We're actually working through pretty decent here. So, cable, you say we need a black and a red, so let's grab a set material. Set material. Black plastic. And then, gonna need to work out. Oh, it should be just by indices, so that should be fine. I'll set black plastic and then I'll set a selection for red plastic. Except from 200-kilometer winds every few years. Where are you? That's crazy. I always think it's nuts, like what different people have as their sort of normal everyday experience of just living, you know, like, I don't know. I guess when I was a kid, I always found it really difficult to kind of imagine other people kind of fully existing and being, you know, entirely autonomous and having their own thoughts and things. I guess that's probably quite common for a child. But then now it's like just mind-blowing that people have such varied experiences. Crazy. Houses are built very robust. Would a mouse have a bonsai tree? It might have something. I'm definitely going to put some like hanging sticks and mushrooms, like things like that. So I might avoid the bonsai tree just because it'll be a lot of urban, like a lot of clutter. Like, not clutter in a bad way, but you know what I mean. Let's grab a reddish colour, red plastic. There we go. Oh, pre-Alps, interesting. Maybe these ones could be a little bit narrower. You're in Seattle. Seattle is a place that I've always wanted to go to. Like, I would so rather go to Seattle than New York or Las Vegas or anywhere like that. Also, it is all clutter, but it's curated clutter. I don't know where our index limit is going to be for this. Let's try 100. Definitely less than 100. Let's try 1. Maybe I should open these on their own. There we go. Nice. Oh, Sparth. Is Sparth in Seattle as well? His stuff is incredible. This one also needs black plastic applying. Black plastic, there we go. Right. Let's frame these up and work on the next bit. That was a way bigger frame than I was expecting for this. Front wires. Right, I might go and just make another cup of tea, just so I've actually got something to drink here. So I'm going to be back in like, I don't know, 5 minutes or something, 3 minutes. Stretch my legs, give myself a bit of a walk. leave this one on display for you. Yeah, if anybody thinks of anything new and interesting to add to the scene, actually let's turn on our smoke as well. Ah, the Japanese house. Yes. Oh, that's such a good song as well. You should try some Agnes Obel if you like just really chill, quiet music. She's amazing. She's amazing. Alright, we're getting there. Definitely want some more stuff hanging. Definitely need to fill up those shelves on the ground floor. Definitely need some rug materials. That wire intersection is making you twitch. Where, which one? Oh, where it goes through the book. Or, oh, where it goes through the side. Let me make a note of that. Let's fix the left one. Oh, you're not really late. I'm still going to go for like at least another hour. Needs to shade smooth, yeah, it does. I just wanted to go and grab a drink just while I was going here. Let me actually shade smooth on all of these. Mesh. Set shade smooth. The wire intersection is making you twitch. Do you mean... Wait, hold up. Hold up. You mean where they join together, right? The undies are too big. They are, but... maybe they're like granny mice. Just gonna drop on here. I probably should sort out that wire intersection a little bit better. Hiya. Okay. Come down here. So it's these end ones. The pine cone is Christmas tree, exactly. Exactly. Paste cursor location, paste cursor location. They're the same size as the bat. Where are the undies? They're up here. Up on the line. You're right, they are the same size as the bat. But maybe they're just very, you know, rotund mice. I'm going to leave them. I'm going to keep them because they're funny. Just poor. These are the richest mice ever. They're living so well. I don't want to add an empty to control it, but I also don't want to move it manually. But that's fine. All right. Let's move both of these forwards a little bit. That was too far. And down slightly. Is there going to be a stream tomorrow? Yeah, I'm not going to finish tonight. Yeah, I think so. I expect there will be. Maybe slightly earlier. It's not really good for me to be streaming this late. Yeah. I'll try and do it a little bit earlier. There we go. Just split it maybe. Do you mean the stream length? I like doing long streams because I naturally work for like 8 to 12 hours anyway at a time. I'm not really like a short burst person. So, yeah, I'm not really... Wait, I gotta finish these cables now. As soon as one person says that they're annoying, they adopt their frustration. 0.2. Down here, 0.014 maybe. I just want it to like line up with that cable properly. Yeah, see you later, Sanoj. Oh, that's pretty close. 0.009. A string or yarn ball is a football. That might work. That's pretty close, right? I need to make them stick out a little bit more so they're actually following the tangent. It feels like they need more. They have a banjo and a teacup as a bath. I don't know what more entertainment you need. A bright pink kettle. An easel. That's an interesting one actually. .0163. Literally just pushing around hundredths, thousandths. That you're running out of props. I don't know if I was complaining about that. I think I was just saying that we don't have 20 anymore. I need to make some nature assets, that's the thing. I need like berries and nuts and cheese, and I need to put some bottle caps on the table as plates and stack stuff on the shelves, which is going to be like fabric and food. So I think we are going to have enough stuff once we've once we've done it. A pocket game in the scene. If I'd thought about that earlier, we could have put down like a Game Boy Color or something in the background. That would have been pretty fun. Alright, no more intersecting cables. I hope you're happy, Oswin. They actually follow properly now. Let's make it 20 again. We may well end up doing that anyway. Yeah, cool. See you in a walkabout. I will just mute myself and I'll leave it with this showing. And you can brainstorm ideas. If we get 9 more, we'll be back up to 20. And then I guess we'll carry on streaming forever. It's looking pretty good though. Pretty happy with it. Alright. Just Steel Nugget shader as well. Yeah. Alright. Oh, I do need to watch out for that coming through my plane. There we go. Awesome. Right, I'll be back. Good evening. I have returned. Sorry, it took a little bit longer than I was expecting, just because I ended up deciding to have some cereal. I was feeding my cat, and then I suddenly realised that actually it was me who was hungry. So, there we go. But I did remember my cup of tea. Rendering time is tea time. We are never going to reach a render on this one. It takes just forever for us to get through this. All right. Did anybody, I'm just checking the chat, but did anybody come up with any extra things? Oh, fancy painted plates. Do the bottle caps with fancy paint jobs. That might be a cool thing to do. Yeah, lactose intolerant. And then cheese. So I gotta make some cheese. Hey Hans, how's it going? Alright. I would quite like to find a way of getting a little bit more light onto this Waiting for Gouda title, because it's funny and I want people to see it. A tiny ant house with its just like another tiny little house on here. We could do an infinite zoom animation where it's just like tiny house to tinier house to tinier house. Do you know what would be funny? If we managed to get a mouse actually made, would be to have one like sat in bed. Procedural bonsai tree. Oh, I don't want to model a mouse, but I might have to. Do you know, I'm not even sure it'd be too difficult. Because a mouse is just like a sack of, you know, mouse is sort of this shape, right? With its little nose and its legs sticking up in the air, and it could be reading a book or something, or just eating some cheese. It's going to have a nose and some whiskers, and obviously eyes, and some nice big round ears, and a tail. But I feel like you could get most of that done with actually like a spline coming around something like this, right? And then actually that's probably too many points, but at least this part could be done just like with a quadratic spline, and then vary the thickness, the radius, just instance a little ball at the end for its nose, and instance another spline at the other end, which could even be the same spline. A ratatouille. That's actually, we could hang up a chef's hat in the kitchen. That would be really nice. Alright, I guess I've been persuaded to make a mouse. Mouse and chef's hat. Okay. Well, I feel like I've really got a second wind with that food. This is good. This is good. Items in the shelves. That's just before we get into the tricky stuff with the mouse and the chef's hat. Most could be hidden by bubbles. Well, the one in the bath is just its tail. But I was thinking like you could have one in the bed that's just like reading or eating some cheese or something. Just to sort of hang out. Because then you just sort of see it like here. Well, I don't know where you'd actually see it from camera. I guess you'd see it here and it would just be sort of have to come down a bit, wouldn't it? Of its head and its big pot belly. Yeah. First of all, let's do the other bits that we want, which are filling the kitchen. We need to grab things like just a whole bunch of bottle caps. Oh, wait, what is this? A needle? Ugh. Oh, maybe a needle can be stuck in the wall with a chef's hat on it? Or maybe in this book, because there's not really much going on over here. Let's do that. Let's stick the needle in there for now as like a placeholder. And we will see it later. There's not even room for those underwear in the bin. You keep wanting me to make the underwear smaller, but it'll just make it invisible. Maybe it's just difficult for a mouse to get a tailor. Tricky to get tailor-made underwear. Mouse part 365. I would actually be so down for doing a stream every day, but I think actually it's like it's other. I think my family probably want me to like be part of the communal like family dinners and stuff like that more. Not that I mind, but rotate around the Y until we stick out. Where is it? Let's go 120. There we go. And let's move to the left point. 2, 2. A little mousy bra too. I don't even know how I'd model a bra. Well, no, I know how to model a bra. I don't know how I'd model one with geometry nodes. That would be... Would a mouse wear a bra that was like over its belly? Like a 6 one, yeah. That would be so funny. I don't think people would even know what it was. Yeah, 6 cups. So let's make this go back a little bit. Alright. So let's fill up a few kitchen things. Let's find out a bottle cap. I might just duplicate it so it's more useful. That's a language I don't know. Is that Latin? Is that Italian? Move these over here. Oh my god, where's the end? So, oh, we've got loads of space up here actually. Right then. Quite like to get some of the caps like kind of on the back here, maybe a couple on the front, maybe like a stack of them underneath, something like that. You're waiting for a mouse pun for the next book title. We actually have 3 books with good cheese puns, but we'll find something. Just figuring they might need a book on how to avoid poison. Could do like a Suzanne and Crossbones on the front of it as well. Do you schedule your live, Erin? I schedule them like an hour before. I don't really do like a proper schedule because I never know if I'm going to be like streaming at 4 p.m. or like today it ended up being 7:30 or 8 or something, because I was waiting for I like try and have dinner with my family. So I wanted to basically do it after that, but then it's like if other people are cooking. So yeah, it's a little bit difficult to schedule stuff easily. My ideal, I think, would be to stream from like 4 PM till midnight. But then that's still going like through dinner time, so that would mean that I'd be missing family meals and stuff. It won't be such a problem in the future when I go back to having my own place, but right, bottle caps. Need a little array of them. I think just like an array on one of these, and we can randomize the positions a little bit. So let's do that. Let's grab my line segment node. Or could I do it with probably do it with the linear array. Use it to get drunk. Right, let's join this one up as well. And we're using start, stop. So first one is going to be, don't know if it should be top shelf or bottom shelf for these, probably top shelf. Let's go with that. Start here. And we're going to stop here. Wikipedia's media of the day is Blender's Sprite Fright. No way. That's so cool. Good for Blender. Oh, just realised I didn't have my foam pads. Oh, that's so much nicer on my feet. Some sort of Wallace and Gromit contraption. I'm so keen to get back to traditional modelling. Having done this, it's like, oh god. I just really want to... Because you would never, for a start, you would never end up with a node tree that had all of this stuff. Because so many things would be like, oh, I'll just make a curve manually and then do some stuff to it with geometry nodes, like randomize the positions, set the bevel, radius, stuff like that. But like 90% of your work is still going to be done in 3D. Doing this is just such a strange thing. But we're only 12 nodes away from passing 5,000, and that was our original target when we started. So I think we're winning. Scale this down a little bit. There we go. Let's go for a few more. Need to... Oh, do you know what? That linear array is not actually that useful. Let's use a line segment then. Generators. Segment. Oh. Control-Alt-C. Control-Alt-V, expected a number. Just do it this way. So we've got a line segment. We are going to be instancing on points our transform thing. There we go. Grab a few more of these. We need to randomize their positions, which is going to be pretty straightforward. Just randomize the X position. So position, toolkit, utilities, random vector. Whenever I do projects like this, I always come up with like 100 other projects that would just be really fun. And then as soon as you're done, it's like, oh god, now I've actually got to find the time to make anything else. Always a bit tricky. to maybe like that. Okay, and now I need to set a rotation as well. So these need to be rotating in the y-axis basically until they're face up. Oh, it's because it's in radians. It's around about pi plus a bit. Let's go 4. And then, I don't know if I can make it so I'm just viewing the bits I want to view. Geometry, join geometry. And the kitchen cupboard, which is here. Let's just join this one up. There we go. I should be able to do stuff now. Right. This is... to do that, I need to move it all up very slightly. A little bit more. And kind of randomize that Y position a bit better. There we go. Maybe there should be 2 loads of these as well, like just another row down the back which is a bit more tipped over. Probably can just do that. Move this backwards. Oh, and if I rotate it, it's going to get messed up because we don't have bounding box rotations. So we'll use this one. Geometry. Geometry, there we go. Now we can rotate properly and move it back. Where is this rotating around? What even is this rotating on? Very strange. You can hold shift to change the slider by smaller values. You can, but you can't hold it to change it by thousandths. It'll only change it by tenths. Or like with one of these standard sliders, it's hundredths, but we're working at such a small scale that it's kind of immaterial. It's a really bad system. But such is life. Let's grab a realize instances. There we go, that was just being a bit tricksy before. Yeah, like I'm holding shift now. 0.005. And there we go. That looks nice and cluttered. Maybe I actually scale it down very slightly in the Z as well, just to make sure we don't clip through there. Are you sure this isn't a pack rat? Three? There we go, something like that. Gotta have something on the bottom as well. And I think I want to have some like sat up on the top here. So we'll stick some up there as well. For that we might actually be able to use the linear array. That should be fine for that one. Just compress these a little bit. I wonder if, because I'm going to release this file for free once it's done. I wonder if anyone's actually going to be able to make sense of it. There's just so much going on. Let's grab another one. Toolkit linear array. I do appreciate as well that I'm basically giving away 90% of my toolkit by giving away these files, but they don't have the add-on, so I think it's fine. If anything, it's probably going to make people want to buy the toolkit. Hello, Indrieth. How's it going? Thimbles on the bottoms for cups. Yeah, maybe actually. Might be able to like lie some down horizontally. Maybe have like one sat out in front as well. You can make a node to control the scale to change from meters to millimeters. You could actually. But you could, I mean, it's basically just doing this, isn't it? Scale times it by 0.001 and then plug this into your vector. It's a bit annoying though, because like I want to be able to still use my 3D cursor location. So I can just like click and then paste cursor location, and then we're moving, you know, like whatever, but sure, it's alright. We're getting there. Slowly but surely we're getting there. Maybe we can do 4 here actually. We should set, kind of want to bend one of them, or you know, distort them. Maybe we can just do that with noise. Oh, but they're all going to distort together. Let's attribute to instances. Let's do this, and then we can go nearest face, whatever. Set this to position or index. Maybe would be better. Yeah. And this is going to allow us to set an offset, and not like a location offset for our distortion, for our noise. Let's go displace noise. Oh boy, that's a big amount of change there. 0.2, something like that. But I want to control the position of the noise by some, do this, multiply by some really big number, and then add this to the noise. Those are some high topo. They're basically, everything I've made is way too high poly. Is this project for a rendered image? It's kind of for the journey more than anything. Our goal was to pass like 1,000, 5,000. Wait, what was the goal? The goal was to pass 5,000 nodes in the node tree. This is weird. Oh, there we go. That's broken as hell. Why isn't this working? It should be working fine. Alright, let's try doing that instead. Alright, at least they're different now. 0.01, 0.005, maybe that's pretty good actually. Kind of distorted. Maybe I should have done two and two, and then I could put one in front of the others. Am I thinking about this too much? Yes. Right. Let's rotate these in the x-axis. We'll use transform plus because I want to rotate them around their own centers. So rotate in the y-axis like this. Oh man, this transform plus should just be a default node. Like you should just be able to work around bounding box centers. So good. It's just like, this is how you work in Blender normally. Like working around your selection. Should be over 5,000 now. 5,085. So everything we do now here is just bonus. Do you reckon we'll get to 7,000? Maybe. We're definitely not going to get to 10,000. But we legitimately might get to 7. Let's rotate these back a little bit. And there we go. Hey, that's nice. That looks like a very mouse house proud mouse. We'd sort out something like this. We can add the thimbles, like you said. Okay. Grab these. There we go. Control J. These ones are bottle caps on dresser. And then what's the next thing we want to do? We want to put one on the table, I think, because we can put some cheese on it. Or maybe 2. There are 2 stools. So we'll just do that. Might let the magic smoke out of your CPU. I think we would actually have real trouble hitting 10,000 nodes. In the node tree, I think it would really start to chug. It's already getting to the point where it's like, I can feel that it's slowing down. Acorn tops. Acorn tops. That's a really good idea. I did want to add some nuts and stuff. So acorn tops and, let's move this down to the bottom, almonds. Acorns and almonds, they can be our nuts. We can do some berries, like a blackberry or something, like with all of the little juice bits on it. Duplicate the whole node tree to test. The annoying thing is I can't, this is as much as I can zoom out. So it's not even like we get to look at it. Let me save first. Shift D. Oh, it did not like that. Duplicating 5,000 nodes. I wouldn't say that was exactly performant. What's that like? 4, 5 FPS? Is that because they're actually selected? No, that's just because it can't do it. Let me not save and we're just going to revert. There we go. Ah, nice. Back to like 15 FPS. That feels so much better. Right. Let's add some thimbles. No, wait. Wait, do I want to add thimbles? We add in a node in Blender Froze, yeah, literally. Right. I'm going to add another linear array, actually. Plug this one in. I gotta say, this scene would have actually been basically impossible without my toolkit. Like, the amount of times that I have used things that would have had to have been made manually. Like, these are not like super complex nodes, but when you do it 20 times, it becomes so difficult. Right, what are we after? Table? Where is that? Spool? Bobbin? Bobbin. We just want to add this so that we can check it as well. All right. And then this is going to join up as well. Set cursor location. Set cursor location. We have 2. These are the ends. That's pretty fine actually. We'll just flip it over with the transform. I'll probably want to realize instances as well. There we go. And now we can rotate it. So 180. Move it up ever so slightly. Less than that though. A little bit more. pretty good. Something like that. Alrighty then. Cool, whatever, that's fine. We want to add cheese at some point as well. Oh, they're a little bit too just like hanging out. Oh, that's probably a bit better. A little bit of offset. Oh, that was the wrong button. Thimble. Let's give me the next one. These are the table caps. Join all of these up. And now we just need to find the thimble. Not really sure where it was. Maybe search for a thimble. And we can come back and then join it up here. Would it be too juicy to put a drinks umbrella coming out the centre of the table spool? Do you know we have one? We can actually just put one in there. Let me find it. Umbrella. There it is. Transform. Paste cursor location. Here we go. I think it probably needs to be a little bit bigger. And probably unfurled, I guess. It's probably a bit dark for it, isn't it? It is funny though. Oh, it's just gone down now. Beautiful. Beautiful. I'm not sure what I'd have to do to, oh, do you know what, there's probably little enough topology for me to scale that up correctly. If I come in here with geometry set position, and, do you know what, I'm probably not actually. No, I won't do that. I'm going to leave the umbrella there just for a moment, just until we actually get to look at it in terms of the room. There we go. Right. Thimbles. So the thimble, I think I actually picked the wrong node. I did. Let's grab this one. I don't want it to be pre-transformed. I want it to be just here for us to move around. Transform node. In standard color management, how do you even have Blender set to standard? Damn, that's gutting. Is it alright? Are you able to just edit it? Oh man, that is so frustrating. Utilities. array linear once again. Chop this one over here. Paste cursor location. Use end. Paste cursor location. Nice. And we can rotate this one now. Oh, god damn it. Stick that one before. To light up the dark area of the lower book, how about a discarded glow stick or glow bracelet? That's actually not a bad idea. Definitely need to do something with it to get it to to show up that texture. I might just randomize these instance positions a little bit. Might have to set it to standard on accident when fiddling around. Oh, I see. Oh, after it finished rendering. Whew. Lucky. Let's rotate instances as well. And we can just plug in a random vectors into both of these. Random vector. Rotation. And okay, something like this. That's the rotation. I want to make it move a little bit. A jar half full of fireflies. Do you know, I actually really like that idea because it's a bit more magical. Although glow stick was a good idea, but I think I don't know, it's a bit too urban, and I think I do want to start bringing in some like, not necessarily wildlife, although fireflies are fine, but like leaves and mushrooms and twigs. And start getting a little bit of natural stuff coming in. And there we go. Plug these in. Cool. Right, let's grab one more of these. And then we will use this, just sit it in front. Like so. Stick it here. There we go. And rotate 180. A Christmas wreath. Glowing mushrooms. I think they're just going to be like drying out mushrooms. Not like magic mushrooms. Just regular old button mushrooms. Glowing mushrooms. Let's get these moving a little bit sideways. 14. Maybe it should be on its side actually. 90. There we go. Kind of like it's rolled back into the leg here. So it needs to come down. A little bit more. Oh my god, tweaking these numbers. I'm gonna have nightmares about this. Holly? You don't know what holly is? You know those spiky leaves? You get red berries, and you don't eat them. Blackbirds like them though. Holly is like the Christmas plant. Does it have 2 L's? Wow. I'm an idiot. Does your add-on work for Linux? Yes, it does. It's just a Blender, it's a standard Blender add-on. You use it on anything. Point, oh, 0.01 was the right. And then we want to move it back a little bit, minus 0.078 to the left. 0.145. There we go. That'll all be adequate. That is enough for me. Very spiky leaves, exactly. Need to make some stuff to go in here. Maybe this is where our acorns and stuff goes. Just a typo, yeah. I'm really, well, I don't know what I'm saying actually, like it's a surprise. I'm really bad at spelling. I'm so reliant on autocorrect. Right. Grater or peeler or knife. I'm going to leave that one off because I made some plastic knives and they're down behind the book. A thimble into a flower pot. I'm going to leave that as well. We've got them now as things. We've got plates on the tables. We're starting to get things on the shelves. We're down to 10 items. I'm going to get rid of the mirror. Don't think we need that now that there's so much else going on. So food, which is really just going to be Swiss cheese. Got to make some mushrooms and some berries and some nuts and a mouse and a chef's hat. Are we going to finish tonight? This is highly irregular. Thimbles on dresser. Alright. How odd. I will actually feel so strange if I end up finishing. Like, what am I going to do if I finish making this? I'm going to have to find something else to work on. Cool. Let's make some nuts. Or maybe we'll make some cheese. Should it be cubes of cheese? Like, obviously not gnawed by a mouse. Is it? Yerba mate is kind of a holly. Oh, is a kind of holly. I did not know that. I would have assumed that was highly poisonous then. You're definitely not supposed to eat a holly. Maybe it's just our variant. I don't really know how to make holly leaves either. That's going to be an interesting challenge. Just make another project of this scale, but in 2 days. This is definitely the last one. My other scale, like if I'm doing a huge scale, I can just like screenshot the node tree. Awesome. Ah, it grows wild there. Awesome. Oh, yeah, my leg stretches. Find a picture of some almonds. I think these are going to be good. I think mice really like almonds, and they're like such a good size for them to hold. And I think they'll be quite easy to make as well. I hope. Should just be a sphere which is like pulled up at one end. And actually if we use an icosphere as well, sorry not an icosphere, a UV sphere, then we can make sure we have enough topology for all of the wrinkles. I could of course do it with textures, but that would be lazy. Oh, is it just the berries? Am I doing justice still? Or an animation. I was just going to do a bunch of stills, but I don't know how I would animate it. I think there's too much going on for me to really be able to animate it properly, unless I like make it turn on the lights, animate the lights like turning on and flickering, and then maybe the bubbles in the bubble bath kind of moving around. I feel like that's the extent of my animation ability at this point, because none of it's been designed around animation. I don't even know how fast it renders. I would assume fairly quickly. I think it's actually quite a light scene, relatively speaking. It's actually, let's not do that. I still want this in so that I can put my nuts on them, the almonds. Let's grab a UV sphere, and should they have some Lego? Where would the Lego go? I did make that as a note before, but I removed it because I was like, where's the Lego going? Alright. Let's work at full size, and then we'll just scale it down. I am so out of patience with those tiny sliders. Let's grab set position, input position, a vector math to be holiday themed. Just put an apple in the mouth of your pig, and then it's like a holiday roast. There's a 1x1 slope piece that does look like a cheese wedge, is there? Half a walnut for a bowl. Wait, do you mean a walnut shell or like an actual walnut? Let's get distance from 001. Need some kind of bucket to get the water to the bath cup. A little winch. We need to winch up a little bucket. And yeah, maybe that's where we use like a conker husk. Like one of those spiky things. Winch. Winch bucket to get water up. Alright. See the map range. A float curve. Like so. And then this can go into a vector, combine X with Z. Literally Lego cheese wedge. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty good. Maybe I do something like that. So there's one that's actually got the texture, which we could probably do with like a Voronoi. I mean, we could definitely do that with a Voronoi. That might be pretty funny. Alright. This goes in the Z. This goes in the offset. This goes the other way around. Oh, that's pretty close. And then the whole thing just needs to be scaled. Transform. Gonna scale the whole thing up a little bit. Let's just do that. And there we go. It's pretty close already. Great. Let's Let's remove a few rings and increase the segments, and then if we randomize it with some noise, which I kind of want to be, we're gonna have to give it custom, we're gonna have to get like polar coordinates. So we need a utility displays texture, which will allow us to use a custom texture, which is going to be a noise texture, like that. Do you know what, that's actually pretty close. If I subdivided this now, that's pretty nutty. I'll take that. That looks like a nut to me. Let's carry on. I need a matte smooth. Utility matte smooth, there we go. And then I need a new material for nuts. Yeah, I think that's probably all of the nuts. Oh wait, no, because almonds are like quite a matte surface and acorns are pretty shiny. Oh god, everything is crunching. Maybe we just do almonds and berries and mushrooms and some leaves. Gotta be sensible. Almonds. There we go. Thank you. Roughness up, specular up. It's huge though. That is my current issue. Something like that. Control J. This one is almonds. Just need to add a transform, bring it down to a regular scale. There we go, and now we can actually use it. I don't want to hand position it, but if I was a 3D, if I was modelling this, I would just hand position it. So this time, let's view the output here. Oh, it's still way too big. So this needs to come in on the shelves, basically. Do I array it? I could do. Yeah, let's do that. Linear array. Something like this. And I'm going to start here, go to here. I need to randomly scale these, but luckily we can actually do all of our random translation, scale, and rotation afterwards, rotate instances. Let's grab a random vector. In here we want to randomize the y by a little bit. I want to set a random scale, which should actually be just a float because I want this to be evenly scaled on there. Should probably go, that's probably actually fine. Might go slightly smaller, and then I want another random vector on my rotation. And there we go. This way, and then I want to randomize that a little bit, and randomize that, and that, and maybe we have actually got 6, and we have some random in the Z. also do an align mesh by mesh with a vertex on that point. Utility, generate a vertex, paste cursor location, target. There we go. Let's tweak this. Too many. I feel like I want more, but to have them better packed. Deviation value. Different rotations, maybe. Definitely don't want it coming through the top. This is tricky. Maybe we just do that, that's fine. That's their almond shelf. And maybe they have someone's eating an almond and someone's eating a block of cheese. I think I am just going to use a cube for the cheese, like just like a block of cheddar. Because otherwise, because then we can do some like subsurface scattering and things for the cheese. I think that just might save us a bit of time. Let's grab a transform. Join this. Join these. Need something else as well. Maybe they get a berry also. There we go. All right, let's make the next thing. Almonds are done. May still do an acorn, I'm not quite sure. I will just leave it for now. Definitely going to do a berry. I reckon I can probably do a pretty decent berry with a cone and Poisson disc distribution of an icosphere. Control J, this is our almond. And then cool. Right, a mesh primitive cone. Let's make the top a bit bigger. Something like that. And maybe I subdivide it as well. Subdivision surface. Oh, that's not pretty. There we go. And then we can do a point, distribute points on faces, Poisson disc, instance on points, an icosphere, just because they're super low poly and good distribution of points. Going with like 0.0, 0.1, and then we want to get rid of things which are within a distance of 0.1, right? Maybe these need to be a bit bigger. So let's stick this on a value node. So distance min and the radius can be the same. Is the distance, does that want to be 2 times the radius? I think it does actually. Or at least a little bit bigger. Multiply. start with 2. Doesn't seem consistent. All right. Something like that's pretty good. Although definitely got holes. Cool. Do the bits actually need to be a bit bigger? Yeah, that looks a bit better, doesn't it? Cool. Mesh, matte smooth. And here, we can call this one berry. New. Berry. And this is going to be shiny and very dark red. Or are they like pinker actually? And there we go, something like that. We can randomize that color a little bit actually. These, what do they want? They want to be Croquembouche. It wants to be a little bit more, it does want to be slightly randomized, but I think it also wants to have a custom value to sort of increase the redness. Or maybe, do you know what, let's just realize instances. Let's see what happens here first. Object info. If I, realize them, and then set this as an instance object. Because if I instance it now, then it's going to get a little bit of variation. But if let's grab a color ramp. Let's go here. This end should be kind of greeny. And in the middle it wants to be red. What device am I using? A PC? You can tell that the minimum distance, that's literally what pass on disk is for. That's what it does. Let's view the output here. It's a very undercooked berry. Let's bring some of these in. I don't mean to blow my own trumpet, but that's a bloody good berry for like 10 nodes. Set up some subsurface. It's all going to be cycles anyway. It looks like a raspberry. I guess it does. Or it kind of looks like a blackberry. I'd say it's kind of more like a blackberry because it's going towards being black. Tiny neck. You're you're hopping in right at the end of a stream. Let's grab some bits like this. Maybe that red wants to be a little bit more vibrant. And that green might want to be a little bit more yellow. Alright. Alright. I'm going to leave it like that. It's going to be in such low light, I'm not going to worry about subsurface scattering. I don't think a very beefy PC. I mean, it's a solid PC, but it's not like It's not like I'm running a Threadripper and a 3090. But yeah, it's definitely good enough for most stuff. Right, I actually need to add this to the scene now. I need to work out where it's going. Oh, have you? Oh, sneaky. That's alright, I'm not chastising you, by the way. Let's stick one of these on here. And make it a little bit smaller. I guess it kind of wants some like powder on the surface as well. Let's just do that real quick. So add a noise node with some noise into the map range, into the roughness. Much better than a raspberry. Yeah, I'm not really a raspberry fan either. Each of these is different, but luckily, instances, you can actually find the location of the instance, which means even if you have the same pattern on each one of your things, if I just view the output, right, so this is obviously very tiled, but if I was to just grab something like the geometry, because I want the world position, well, to be fair, the world position would put it different in general anyway, because then it's the world position. But you could even use a texture coordinate and offset it. So like vector math, add some scaled version of the location. Come in here, add, oh, I keep like rolling my feet out and standing on the sides of my feet. It's killing my ankles, don't know why I keep doing it. Do something like that one. And now we should have a different pattern per lump, pretty much. Nice. It's probably easier actually just to use the world position anyway, so I'm just going to go with that anyway. Let's plug that one in. You're new here. Welcome, welcome. We're making a mouse house. Like, it's kind of like a doll's house, but a little bit more rodent-y, suitable to rodents. Right now I'm making a berry. I'll show you the whole house in a sec, just give me 1 minute. Let's get a little bit of distortion, no detail. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Oh, that's probably fine. Okay. Right, berry is done. We were going to position this up on the table, weren't we? So let's grab a table position, and I might just scale this one down slightly. Might also just align mesh to mesh. Out of 5,000 plus nodes, this is true. Absolutely insatiable when it comes to just making ridiculous node trees. There we go, awesome. Right. So let me mute those two. And then we'll have a look at the whole node tree. Or not really the whole node tree, the finished scene bar everything else that we have to do. So this is it. This is kind of what we're working with. Oh, you finished it? Okay, let me have a look. Is it on your, did you post it on Twitter? Let's grab that and pull it up. And nugget. Oh, yo, that's so good. How long did this one take you to make? Oh wait, is this the one you did in the world shader? Was it you doing that? Oh, you're rematching on a sphere, is that right? Oh no, you did do it in the world shader. Crazy though. Yeah, the colours are beautiful. I love how it's like dipping down. I also really love how you've been watermarking them with that November thing. Very cool work. Awesome stuff. Cool. Oh, this is neat actually. So Johnny, who does a lot of development on the nodes, do you reckon somebody could make that scene without nodes? You could make this scene without nodes in like a third the time. It would be so much quicker for you to do this without nodes. Yeah, so Johnny, who makes nodes, has done a lot of the curve nodes, like the curve primitives and things like that. He commented on my post about having the ray visualization and stuff like that in my toolkit, saying hopefully we can build some of the visualization things into actual nodes themselves. And that's going to be so good because we really need some more visualization stuff. It would just be so much better. Looks like I need to remove that button. I need to cull points in this area from the buttons. But otherwise, it is looking pretty good. I might move that pin down a little bit. Chef's hat and move down. Because that's where the chef's hat's going to be hanging. So move down. Needle. Right then. Oh. What time is it now? 2:15. If I was responsible, I'd probably go to bed at this point. Maybe I should just put around a few more berries. And then I will carry on with it tomorrow. I was going to say I was going to finish it, but who knows? Who knows if we're going to finish it? Yeah, more visual feedback would be excellent. Speaking of which, if you have my toolkit, more visual feedback is in the toolkit. More visual feedback for the selection nodes, for the raycast. Actually, maybe that's it, but they're the kind of main ones. Been grinding, but also so slowly. It's kind of frustrating, the node workflow. Like I'm enjoying making it, because otherwise I wouldn't be doing this, but I know that like if I was doing this by hand, some things I would still do procedurally, like the fairy lights, or at least distributing the fairy lights and distributing the thumbtacks and doing all of that stuff, like the interaction stuff, I would still manipulate procedurally. And a certain number of arrays, like the bubble bath, stuff like that, I would still do procedurally. But the actual like core modeling of assets, I would absolutely not do on geometry nodes. Not at the moment anyway. It's such a palaver trying to get it to work. And like look how you want it and select edges and vertices and fake in the extrusions and stuff like that. Oh, you just finished out the hexagon world tutorial. Amazing, congrats. You can I redid the hexagon world in like 10 nodes or something. It's so funny. You can just like, with the toolkit, I can just, actually let me make a new object to do it with. You can like get your object and then you grab the hexagon grid. Now I actually only want the centers, but then I'm going to instance on those points some hexagonal cylinders, right? Just plug those in like that. And we also want to actually rotate these 30 degrees. But then I can also do like a mask prism with a 6-sided prism centered on the center, with this being like that, and we can just go like geometry, delete geometry on the outside of the thing. Radius is maybe like 10, but then this is also bigger. So it's like, that's so quick to do that with the nodes. And then you can just like grab like a combine XYZ with a noise texture in the Z. Everything else is 1. Set that into the scale. But then we also need to move things up in the Z-axis, so we can just use like a translate instances node. Grab another one of these. Do that. And now, do you know, it's like the hexagon world all over again. And that was what, like 2 minutes? So funny. It just makes things so much easier when you've actually got like, there we go, there you go. That's the whole tutorial for the hexagon world. You're done. Amazing. Hey, I'm very new to geometry node stuff. Where should I start from? There are so many tutorials out there and I have no idea where to start my journey to see geometry nodes. Well, I would have a look at, there's, I don't know, to be honest. I think you should watch my Geometry Nodes 101 videos. There's like 5 of them that should just give you a basic understanding of like, okay, this is how Geometry Nodes actually handles data. This is what like capturing attributes and transferring attributes does. So look at the Geometry Nodes 101 videos on my channel. And then I'd probably have a look at some of Sanctus's videos. Have a go through, if you're like a little bit more kind of maths inclined like I am, or like if you're, if you want to be pushing the math stuff further in your node setups, then you can just then have a look at the hexagon world, because that's actually a pretty good like overall tutorial. But yeah, no, have a look at some of my videos, but then otherwise like Sanctus is really good. Curtis has a couple of videos, I think. CG Matter has some videos. Chris P, he's got some videos, really good videos. Who else is there? We went through a whole load of people. Entagma, I mean, their channel is just like top notch. So if you like proceduralism, like Houdini or anything like that, having a look at their stuff is amazing. Yeah, Sketches for Humanity. Thanks, Anth. Those ones that you just posted, really useful. The mask made the hexagons have sides with different lengths. I believe it. You're right. So this would actually be because I need an odd number in one of these rows. Is that right? Oh, that's funny. So it made it really squat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Intriguing. Oh, well, there we go. You can jank it however you need. That's funny. But yeah, you can make it work. Oh, and also if you want to learn this stuff, join my Discord, because if you have a question, the best thing to do, right, is to do your own projects. And then whenever you get stuck, that's when you can actually like, that's when you should be looking something up. It's not necessarily that you should be following tutorials all the time. It's about just doing the bits that you need help with, right? There we go. Oh, you take notes during the stream. That's crazy. I'm super flattered that you find them that useful though. Let me rename this node tree. This one's the mouse house. Right, let's position a few berries and then go to bed. I can Go back to just viewing this one. Bring that back. Okay. We don't have a lot of space to put the berries on the front here, but I think it should be alright. And we can just stack them inside here as well. Yeah, do the thing until you hit the roadblock, then work out how to solve it. Because that's how you're going to learn for yourself. And you're going to be working on projects that are important to you, so it keeps you excited. And then on top of that, it's also just going to get you like thinking outside of a tutorial, which is really not really always that helpful. Like tutorials are good for getting you in, but yeah. The link. If you need links for anything that I've mentioned, it'll be in the description. I try to keep my descriptions very linkful. Yeah, for description. Alrighty then. Let's join these two up. And berries go in here. Set. Let's use and. Plug this one over here. Got to randomize the scale and rotation. Where's our setup for doing that? There we go. Cursor location. There we go. Oh, that's good. I'm glad it's been giving you a little bit of help, or like inspiration to go and do your like own projects and push your own ideas. That makes me happy. 14. 5, there we go. And this one can maybe be a little bit further out. Something like that maybe. Maybe even further. Cool, and then I want one just hanging out on the front. Even in the viewport. There we go. That's a bit more like it. Nice, and they're all a little bit different as well. Oh. Let's maybe add one more. Oh, do you know what would be good actually? I didn't get rid of any of the berry hole. Like I didn't make a hole in the bottom of the berry. And I feel like that would, because then I could, you know, roll it over. It's actually so nice working on a smaller part of the node tree like this. Because the nodes actually respond when you do something like rotate. Such a novelty. There we go. Right, let me just remove the base of the berries. Instance on points, distribute. I want to make my selection here, so I'm just going to grab a mask sphere. We're going to select everything which is outside this position. There we go. Nice, that was pretty easy. Like full freedom. Kind of, but yeah. I mean, I like it. Is the roughness specularity on them? There's really high roughness and low roughness, high specularity. But I do have a pretty big shift. I mean, obviously they're in full sun here. Yeah, I always feel like they have like the kind of misty part on them, don't they? Maybe it should be just a little bit higher res. Higher, something like that. Something like that. Alright, let's go back to this one. Need to move this one down slightly. Let's just do that. That's nice and easy. Paste cursor, there we go. Does a blackberry follow the golden angle? I'm sure a real one probably does. Mine, less so. Although we could do it with we could do it with a violet axis. I just haven't. Oops. Let's do something like that, and maybe we pull it forwards a little bit as well. There we go, we still need to find a few things to put in here. I'm happy with the berries. Although I wish I could get them all to align to an edge. Is there a way to do that? No. Don't apologise. I appreciate the feedback. I'm glad that you feel like you can give feedback. Geometry bounding box. I want to know if we have... Oh, I see. So it's still just giving the minimum overall. These aren't factors, fields, which is annoying because it means I can't really... Well, I could make... Actually, no, that's a lie. Translate instances. I could do this by index. So index compare floats greater than 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Greater than 4.1, because these are all indices, I hope. Because otherwise it's going to be... otherwise it's per cell, like per berry piece. And then we can just use a vector, no utility switch. Set this to vector on the switch, on the vector. And now we can, there we go, move just 2 of these down until they are sat properly. Let's grab these, move these up very slightly, 0.005, there we go. Nice, that's a bit better. Because of the underwear which hangs down in front of this umbrella, I'm actually going to remove the umbrella. So we will just get rid of that. I might make the other one in a more obvious place though. So let's get rid of that. I'm going to mute those. Go back to our scene. And there we go. All right. Oh no, I was going to mask out that. Sorry, I was going to mask out the button that's like clipping through in the middle. Stamps. Wall buttons. Here we go. Right. Last thing, I promise. Let's make a selection box right here. And I will just delete all of the points that are inside it. So delete geometry. toolkit, masks, oh god, toolkit, masks, selection box. And we're going to delete inside. That is the center. It's very narrow on the x-axis, and it should be pretty low on the z-axis as well, 0.1 at most. That's too much. Point with a bit of Meccano. Do you know, I probably could. Either Meccano, maybe, like, yeah, Meccano would be difficult actually because of all of the holes. And I don't want to boolean stuff if I can avoid it. Maybe connects would be appropriate. Or maybe actually, maybe that's where the Lego comes in, because I know people keep wanting the Lego. And I know as well that if I add Lego, people on Twitter will be like, oh my god, I love Lego. So maybe Lego is the way to go. There we go. A Tinker toy for the winch. I'm really happy with this. Look how freaking cool this is. And it's all been made with maths. How crazy. Just unbelievable. So many hidden gems in here as well. Like the banjo, which is actually quite beautiful. Or maybe it is a shamisen actually. Like one of those Chinese things. The bubble bath. That was like a throwaway, but it totally worked out. So we need to have a winch, right? But where's it going to come up? Because those books are like butt edge. I'm not sure where we can actually bring up a winch. Yeah, the nasty booleans. Best avoided if possible. Oh, do you know what? I need to add I want to add some fireflies to those to illuminate the book. The right book. Insane. Thank you, Jan. Thank you. Tiny Nick, I appreciate you looking after my well-being. The foreground? Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe actually it just comes up in front of the books. Or do you know what? Maybe we could actually just have it hanging at the top. We don't need to worry too much about where it goes to. We can just, because it's not going to be winched down because they're actually in the bath. So maybe it just goes up here and we've got like obviously a winch system and it's all linked to the wall. That might be good. I'm wondering about maybe duplicating this earring as well and having like a second one hanging off itself, just to fill up this space a little bit better. Do you know, I'm going to do that because otherwise I'm going to forget. I recommend, if you like working on big notaries, you get the Noodler add-on because it lets you do searches. If I want earring, I can actually just jump to the earring, which is super handy. Let's jump in here with a second one. Like so. And we'll just move it down a little bit. Oh, that was about it. Ah, it's being tricksy. Hang it over the tree and have it hold a star. I don't think we've got... yeah, I don't know if we'd have space for it really. Let's get this one rotated the other way. It's kind of like a a mobile above the bed. So I think it kind of makes sense being in this space. I can't believe we spent like 40 minutes to make the hole in this wire, in which we're supposed to be powering all of the fairy lights, and then regardless of how we've instanced it, it's had a light in front of it every single time. That just serves me right. This is why 2D artists build up detail over time. And as soon as you're doing 3D, it's so easy to just like, oh, I'm going to go 100% on this asset. Foolish. Foolish. Right, let me come up a little bit here actually. Five, 6. And we're going to go back a little bit. 0.075. Definitely not be modelling everything in geometry notes. Yeah, understandable. I'm looking forward to doing some real modelling. Like, I've learnt so much doing this. Like, I had like a good idea of how it would work, but obviously doing it, you learn so much more. Turn on that reflector. The final node count for today is 5,410. I'm fairly confident that we're going to go past 6,000 because I haven't made any mushrooms, haven't made any fireflies, haven't made a winch. I'm going to get rid of the acorns. No, I'm not. No, so we've done the berries. Check. Oh, we're down to single figures. We've only got 9 things to make. I'm going to keep the acorns because I want to finish off filling up those shelves. We need to make just a few more things. Just a few more things. I reckon that is legitimately a day of work. Like, we might actually finish this in the next stream. How long's it been? Like 6 streams? Each one's been, I guess, averaging like 6 hours. We've just passed 7 hours for this one, so yeah, this will be like a 30-hour project, which, considering that we've been chatting the whole time, I think that's pretty good. And I've had a good time, and I hope you've enjoyed it as well. There we go. Damn, I'm actually really proud of this. All right, I'm gonna head to bed. I'll see you later. Yeah, good night, Quackles. Good night. Alright, hope everyone's doing well. I guess I will probably see you tomorrow. I can't imagine not finishing this tomorrow, so yeah, catch you then.